Good night, Barbados. Good night to everybody at the Democratic Labour Party. I want to say good night to all the people in the hearing of my voice tonight. Tonight is a blessed night. Tonight is the night where we all will unite and be one. Let us first start by a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, I come to you tonight in no other name but in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ. I ask you tonight, Father God, to touch all the candidates and guide them here safely. Father God, I ask you to touch the leader, that as he transverse here tonight, that he will get here safety. Eternal Father, have mercy upon us for all the sins that we have done. And we ask these blessings in no other name, but in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, who have died for us and have raised. In Jesus' name, I pray with thanksgiving. Amen. St. Michael West, tonight is called the Truth Night. Tonight is the night when the people of St. Michael West must get up and go to the polls and vote out the man on the other side. His representation for St. Michael West has been very poor. He lacks in everything. And tonight, as I come to you, I will be bringing issues to you where the man on the other side has been caught wanting. People of St. Michael West, I am talking to each and every one of you because St. Michael West is a seat that belongs to the Democratic Labour Party from Bradford time. And because that the Barbados Labour Party and all the Barbados Labour Party candidates that has come forward to represent the constituency of St. Michael West has been end up asking the youth and people that does not know about politics to vote for them by giving out a lot of extra money. So what upset me with the representation is that if you cannot come to me as a loyal representative and say to me, I come to you for you to have confidence in me and for you to give me the vote, from the time that money has to be involved, you are looking at me as a pawn. I am your ticket to the House of Assembly. And when you get there, where is the representation gone? Chris Gibbs, you have to go. And the people of St. Michael West, because the Democratic Labour Party are on the road and we are moving. And when we move, we will move and bring transparency and accountability to St. Michael West. Because at this moment, that is what St. Michael West is lacking. Because the representative knows only buying votes. But I will leave that there now, and I will call the first speaker. The first speaker tonight, St. Michael West and comrades. I present to you the man coming from St. Michael West Central. And he will outline to you his plans and what is he going to do that the man that they ain't doing. Put your hands together tonight, people, and welcome Mr. James Paul.
DLP! 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 Putting people first! Putting Barbados first! This is the DLP way of governing. Higher standards, open hands. Barbados first. Respect the minds of nations. Barbados first. Dignity across the land. Barbados first.
Good evening. Hello. Good evening. Residents of St. Michael West. Good evening, members of the Democratic Labour Party. And I know that there are some persons here from St. Michael West Central and South Central, but I want to say West Central first, because that is the constituency I am destined to represent once again. It is very interesting when I listen to the chairman, Mr. Paul Rollins. I have known him for quite some time. Actually, I just come from around this area. And he was talking about the whole question of how people vote. But, you know, just as I was coming here, I got a report that there was some shots fired in Kelmaland. Actually, I want to focus, though, first of all, on the question of why we vote. Look, ladies and gentlemen, we boast one of the best educational systems in the region. We boast, in terms of Barbados, that we have always been able to show people in the region how things are done and done well. And I want to say to you that there has been a deliberate effort over the past 8 years, or even longer, to try to diminish Barbadians and the sound practices that they have had in the past. We need, at this point, our country at this time needs us more than ever. That when we go to the polls on February the 11th, to not think about just the glitz and the glamour, not think about the short term, because, you know, today I was in St. Michael West Central, and do you know that the representative all of a sudden has recognized that there needs to be a cleanup campaign in the area. All of a sudden. But you know what? What is worse? These are services that Barbadians pay for by their taxes. So instead of guaranteeing to the people of St. Michael West Central that we will maintain a sanitation service constantly to meet your needs, because you don't need it once every 5 years. It has to be constant, and it has to be rendered with a level of efficiency. He got the place, got the ministry trucks and whoever trucks or whatever trucks, trying to do something that should be an ongoing process in a constituency. You should not have to be waiting for an election to come to have your potholes fixed in the road. You should not have to be waiting for an election to come for you to determine that there are vulnerable families in the constituency and that the Ministry of Welfare, the Welfare Ministry, need to keep these people on taps. As a matter of fact, one of the issues that we have in this country today is political interference in the functioning of the civil service to the point where it hampers the efficiency with which the civil service are able to do their jobs. And this is important. So all of a sudden, a man who has been largely absent in the constituency, flying all about the world, representing other interests, recognizes that the constituency should have a program to ensure that you maintain a clean and healthy constituency. I also want to say to you, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, that this election day is about, therefore, representation and electing people to the House of Assembly who offer no pretensions. And I want to say to you, I offer no pretensions, none whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I would say to you that the Democratic Labour Party brings forward candidates who offer no pretensions. All we want to do is to serve, to render service to constituents. And that service that you render should not be dependent on whether or not you are a card-carrying member of the Democratic Labour Party or the Barbados Labour Party. All of us are Barbadians. But what you have is a situation in this country which has happened over the last 8 years where if you open your mouth in this country and you don't sing, and you're not singing from a particular choir, all of a sudden you become the enemy. You become the enemy. And I've suffered from that in many ways. But I'm a professional at what I do. My main core is agriculture. My main core is agriculture. And I do believe that we need to have a successful agricultural sector in this country in order to guarantee to Barbadians the levels of food security that is desired. And that we should not have a situation where we see the continued alienation of agricultural land in this country. That is why what is about to happen at Draxall will be a travesty of justice in this country. Now I know some people can say, and you know, I have a page on Facebook. And there are some people even, well, as an agriculturalist, will look at me and say, I only saying these things because I'm a dem. I'm a professional, true professional. And whichever party in power represented the agricultural sector. But when right is right, wrong is wrong, you got to speak up in this country. We got to stop feeling and looking over our shoulders to think that we can't speak the truth. That's all people ask you for. And we must stop putting ourselves to a level of intimidation in this country where we seem to think that we should hold back our true feelings. And that the only time we should say them is when we get in huddle groups where nobody can hear us, Are we safe? This is what is going on in this country today, ladies and gentlemen. We are in a fight for democracy. And I want even members of the Barbados Party to understand that a democracy can't survive based on the whims and fancies of one individual. That is not leadership. That is dictatorship. It cannot. Because what we see constantly in this country is an intimidation factor. You go to say something, and all of a sudden somebody tell you, man, you better shut your mouth. You are good to market tomorrow. You got your rent to pay, you got your mortgage to pay, shut your mouth, yeah? It's unfortunate that we are reaching this stage in Barbados, and I want to say to you on February 11th, there's a lot at stake. There is a lot at stake, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, the problem is this, that under the present system, there are some people who have benefited handsomely, rewarded handsomely. But I want to say to you, those of you who have been rewarded handsomely with your swimming pools and your whatever, houses or whatever, think about your brother down the road. Think about him. Think about the fact. And I want to go back a bit to St. Michael West Central, just the other day. We had a situation in St. Michael West Central, and it still exists, where we have seen St. Michael West Central being impacted by crime, levels of crime. And we have to recognize that as representatives of the people, you cannot sit down and go into Parliament every Tuesday or whatever, and they have shootings going on and all kind of stuff, and you sit down and you make no effort as a representative to develop in your constituency a program that can seek to address it. And I want to say to you, young men in St. Michael West Central, I grieve for you. You know why I grieve? Because the thing is really that you do not have to engage in these acts of violence that inflict harm on others. But instead, what we should be doing, or what your representatives should be doing, is seeking to put in place a program that will help our young people to move away from these negative acts that impact negatively. I know a young man just a few weeks ago got shot. And today he is home. These are the things that are happening. And yet you get a representative. The only thing he can think about is that every 5 years he out with a garbage truck. You mean to tell me in them intervening years you ain't think they need garbage pickup? Especially that type of garbage. And only that, the quality of the garbage pickup is declining. They promises so much and delivering so little. In 2018, they punished us, the Democratic Labour Party. Well, punish them now. Punish them now. You mean everything that they fail at, you're finding an excuse for them? They ain't fixing the roads, punish them. They ain't fixing the situation at the hospital, punish them. And you got Barbadians sitting down, making excuses to this. In the hospital is another case. I ain't talking about the fire. I'm talking about the fact that when you carry your son, daughter, mother, father, grandfather, who else, at that hospital, that you shudder as to the extent to which they will get the kind of cure that will give them the best chance to live. There are some people that say now, Skipper, if you go inside a certain age and you look a certain way, they write you off almost immediately. These are the hard realities that we face in this country, that poor people in this country face. Because when you get sick, and you don't have the money to afford the medical bills that are there, what is your family left to do? I ask you. We cannot have become so uncaring a society that a government has allowed these type of essential services to deteriorate so much, where the lives of ordinary citizens are impacted so much, and we say, give them a buy. Give them a chance. You don't give people a chance. You penalize us in 2018, and what happened now? These any different? You said enough was enough. Enough is enough now. That we need not excuses, but we need systems that work. That's what we need. We need to know that if you tell us that you're going to provide us with jobs, sustainable jobs, not jobs. You know, I drive on mornings going to work sometimes. And I see young men with these whackers on the highway and things. You know, they have a thing about you should actually ensure that when your employer employs you in any particular field, that they should ensure under the safety regulations that you are appropriately equipped. You know that, right? And you see some of these young men on the highways inappropriately equipped, putting their lives at risk. I know one. He got injured, but they ain't got no medical thing for him. All they tell you is, keep you get injured on the job, I hold off. And this is the type of employment practices that we are now encouraging in our nation. And we, as Barbadians, sitting down and accept it. We were the pride of the Caribbean once. We used to brag that our workers, the conditions under which they operated, were second to none, and that is what our aim. Now you get unions sitting down and watching people come to work inappropriately dressed. That is what you're getting now. And me sitting down, keeping quiet. I see a trade unionist there from Derek, how are you? You know, that is what we get, and we making excuses today. This can't be right. I am saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, that when you vote for a representative in Parliament, you are voting for him to represent you on these things. These are basic human guarantees that should be given to people. Human rights. Thank you, Derek. Basic human rights that should be given to people. And you get representatives sitting down in Parliament looking at these things and say, well, you know what? Got to go with the government. Got to toe the line. I got to toe the line. I get a minister. I want to talk about Uber. I got to talk about Uber. You got a minister. No, listen. Taxi operators in this country, you know that is the one thing for a poor man. I know what he tell me. Once he get there, that's how he feed his family. And when you bring in a taxi operation from wherever it come from, and telling that taxi operator, look, you come and operate. You ain't looking to see the terms and conditions properly. Not only that, I will tell you, Uber is not Barbadian owned. As a matter of fact, taxis, local taxis are genuine Barbadian businesses. And the Democratic Labour Party only interest is to help those taxi men operate better and earn more money so that they can feed the families. But what we have is a situation where you bring in a foreign taxi company that's seeking now to undermine the very local taxi operators that they are ready. Now, even if, because you know, I understand what it is, I travel. I know that in the United States, Uber plays a role because what it do is that you have a situation where anywhere you are, you could go up on your phone, order Uber, and it come to you. But the technology ain't nothing that we can't implement in Barbados. And if we are talking about developing local businesses in this country, wouldn't the right thing for that minister to have done was to even say to the taxi man in St. Michael West Central or wherever, come fellas, come. I want money to see if we can work on it. And not only that, get them some money or tell the people that University of West Indies, look, research and see how we can get this thing done. Well, look, they just pick up how much it is, Derek? 200 and what? 20 what? $5 million that they say that they can give to foreign businesses to come in Barbados. Right? You mean to tell me you could take $225 million of local taxpayers' money and give it to foreign company? Listen, how many earning money? It ain't stopping in Barbados. You think my Uber earn them money to say, look, we have to repatriate those profits. It got to left Barbados. Not so? It ain't at the credit union. It ain't at the bank here locally. It leaving. So the very foreign reserves that you think you ain't earning nothing. You put in Barbados in a worse position. Right? And the other thing with that, because they're going by him now with this tourism thing, because they can't get away. They're bragging that, oh, tourism arrivals up. So much coming through the airport. The question you have to ask yourself, and I want to ask you plainly, why don't see the tourists coming through St. Michael West Central there? You see them? You don't see none. And all I am saying is that we need to look at a tourism strategy that enhances the ability of local Barbadians, local-born Barbadians, by the way, not foreign people that you bring in, to be able to earn more from the tourism product. That's what you should be doing. Not finding ways to undermine the ability of local Barbadians to earn from the product. Look, we start, what you call it? The thing, bed and breakfast thing and all kind of stuff that we had. Airbnb over here. And instead, you enhancing, right, the ability of Barbadians to earn more from that. You loading them with tax, you're bringing all kind of regulations. And not only that, you ain't saying, well, look, if you have an Airbnb and it does not meet certain standards, our government is prepared to give you a certain sum of money to help you to bring it up to scratch. That will earn you money in the future. You know, that makes sense. But you know what? Them taking $225 million out of the consolidated fund to get a who? Foreigners. In other words, foreigners must benefit from the consolidated fund, you mustn't benefit. Clear case. Right? And all I'm saying is that, look, the Democratic Labour Party says what? BIM first. BIM first. That's what they, and all this talk about BIM first, I'm understand, you know. BIM first means, and they see that's his thing. The Barbados Labour Party got these little foolish slogans that they got, and they don't understand the depths to which they need to go in the society to make sure that the slogans were, it's not just coming up with a slogan. You want to make sure that the slogan that you are coming up with, that slogan means something to the ordinary Barbadian. It ain't about just going and do a nice slogan and somebody go along and that is it. We now got to work, and that's where the Democratic Labour Party is going to make a difference. Because we intend, one, at the level of the constituency, to be inside there with our constituents, working with them, understanding the issues, and putting in place strategies to deal with them. Thank you, local government and transparent government. And at the same time, at the broader national level, what we want to do is to enable you as a constituent to be able to take advantage of national policies to help you, because that is how we know it benefiting the true Barbadian. But when You doing some things that we see them doing. You know that they could never be for real. Could never be for real. One of the things I know in the last, in 2018, a gang of them went down in Cleaverdale and make laughing sport as something, an initiative that I thought was very important. You see that reading? I started a reading program in St. Michael West Central. That's right. To actually help young people in the community to improve their reading skills. That is what it was about. I like reading because if you listen carefully, the Minister of Education recently said we have a problem with literacy in this country. I did that. And they went down in Cleaverdale and made laughing sport. They said James Paul can't read it, all kind of thing. And I cool, you know. I cool. But you know what? The man coming. And do you know for the last 8 years, nothing like that to help to reach out to young people in the constituency, help families where they have problems, nothing like that. It shows you who does he serve. You think the constituents don't matter? It don't matter. And no, and listen, we have a problem in this country. You know autism. You see autism? I know families, they don't tell you, in this country who have children who are actually struggling with children who have this autism challenge. Right? And the thing is really and I want to say even in terms of physically handicapped persons in this country, we are not doing enough. And not only that, the facilities that are supposed to be there to help these people, we ain't doing enough. To talk about the $5,000, that we need to understand that there are genuine cases of families who have children that we need to reach out to. This government ain't doing enough that you have right now. But you know, on February 11th, we have the opportunity to rectify these things. We have the opportunity on February 11th to elect representatives to Parliament who actually care about their constituencies. Don't put some people that says me I care, but me only care about some. You select few. But what we have to do is to elect representatives that actually care, and the Democratic Labour Party has within it a some number of persons who actually do care. And I want to say it to you, and especially to the residents in St. Michael West Central, because I'm speaking to them. Do not be carried away by some person who the only, he got to talk on policy. He cannot show what he has done. And the government also must recognize that they have failed to deliver on many policies in this country. And I want to say to you, ladies and gentlemen, do not give them a buy. Do not give them a pass. Do not allow these people walking about in red shirts to make an excuse for them. They have to pay a penalty. And the only penalty that they should pay is that on February the 11th, elect Democratic Labour Party representatives to Parliament who actually will do the job of representing you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say to you, thanks for listening to me. And good night to you. Thank you very much.
DLP! 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 Putting people first! Putting Barbados first! This is the DLP way of governing. Higher standards, open hands. Respect the minds of nations. Barbados first. Dignity across the land. Barbados first. What matters to the people guides every step we take. Country before convenience. This is the pledge we make. DLP puts you first. DLP puts on first. Hey, puts nations first. Always first. Puts the
Eagle Hall. Good evening to the St. Michael constituencies congregated here for this meeting tonight. Let me say that it is a good night. But you didn't come here for entertainment, or you didn't come here out of noise. Your presence signifies that you are dissatisfied with the direction in which the Barbados Labour Party is taking your beloved country. Your presence matters because too many Barbadians feel unheard. Too many households are under pressure. Too many communities, including right here in this community of St. Michael West, are being asked to survive rather than to thrive. And I stand tonight wearing two hats. One as a candidate for St. Michael East, and two as your chairman for tonight. And I mentioned a candidate for St. Michael East, a constituency that I know intimately, a constituency that has raised me to be the man that I am tonight, a constituency in which I walk daily and lived alongside many persons, and I know the struggles of that constituency. But my task is that of chairman, and I want to bring to you the next speaker for tonight. A young man whom I have come to love dearly over the last 2 years. A man who has a passion for people, love for people. A man who is not here out of privilege, but of merit. A young man who had worked hard to be where he is tonight. He has sacrificed. A man who loved his children dearly. A man who you have seen day in and day out in the city of Bridgetown, in the constituency of the city, seeking to make a difference in the lives of some boys, some girls, some man, some woman. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome the soon-to-be declared Member of Parliament for the constituency of the city of Bridgetown, Mr. Dale Rowe.
Damian on the beat, so it's
representing the city of Bridgetown, the one and only Dale H. Rowe. Results over words every time. Change we can believe in. Sell we out yet still asking for sympathy, but when you peep nothing I want for the community. We need a change, better life, better days. So it's Dale that we working with straight out in the We voting for Dale, yeah we need a change now. And your ex could make that change now. We voting for Dale, yeah we need a change now. Times real great, so we really need a change round. So we voting for DLP. DLP, so who we voting for? Dale Rowe. Dale Rowe, who we voting for? DLP.
St. Michael, good night. Democratic Labour Party family, good night. Good night, everyone. Yeah, man. Good night, buddy. Tonight I want to discuss performance appraisals. And I believe
that a lot of people familiar with the term performance appraisals. In 2017, 30 murders were recorded in Barbados under the Democratic Labour Party government. In 2018, 28 murders were recorded under the Barbados Labour Party government. 2019, we had 48 murders under the Barbados Labour Party. 2024, we had 50, and last year, we had 48. All I'm saying is that when we look at our crime situation, we can tell crime has risen in this country. Crime is a serious thing that the Barbados Labour Party refused to deal with or address. In 2017, I remember the opposition leader at that time, Miss Motley. I remember she crawling and talking about the crime rate and how high the crime rate was. And this was in 2017. And I remember Miss Motley plead to the Barbadian public to give her that vote, and she would make sure that we have safer streets. In 2023, you know what was amazing? The Barbados Labour Party came up with an initiative called the National Peace Program. And the National Peace Program is basically a formal government-led initiative aimed to reducing crime, especially violent crime, and engaging youth through community and team building. So the National Peace Program was started in 2023 of April, and the budget was approved $12.5 million to get the program up and running and started. So they used $12.5 million to create crime prevention programs. And in 2024, the crime rate doubled from what the Democratic Labour Party left it at in 2017. So technically, we invest approximately $15 million in 2023 to double the crime in 2024. And this is what they want to boast and brag and talk about. Right and ready. But let us be real. Our streets bloody. Our streets so bloody that children, the elderly, and every single citizen living in Barbados fear to be on the road after 7. Fear to catch bus after 7. Operators fear to operate businesses after 7. And what we have, the Barbados Labour Party boasting and bragging and talking about red and ready. But the streets, red and bloody. And that is not something to be proud about, because last year, Toronto recorded 38 murders, while Barbados recorded 48. 7.5 million people live in Toronto. And Barbados have 250,000 people. And we had 48 murders. So you know what this shows me is that the Barbados Labour Party, their focus is on the wrong thing. Because how can you invest $15 million in 2023 and the following year, your result skyrocketed? A first approach was not to put $15 million into the hands of criminals. A first approach will put that same $15 million into the Barbados Youth Service, expand the Barbados Youth Service, give the Barbados Youth Service their own facility to operate from. That would also increase staffing. That would also increase opportunity. So $15 million can go so far into the Barbados Youth Service, and that $15 million can do so much, because currently the Barbados Youth Service entail every year in September about 50 students, and if we invest that same $15 million into the Barbados Youth Service, we can create jobs for our people, and we can also create opportunities for the vulnerable young people. Because, example, when people go before the magistrate court at age 15 or age 16, the magistrate court will look to send them to DODS. So what the youth service can do, the youth service can come in as a prop, as a safety net, so that as opposed to you doing time in prison, you can spend that time there in the Barbados Youth Service. You will be able then to gain CXCs, you will be able to go through counseling, and you will be able to participate in any extracurricular activities: boxing, garment making, football, netball, tennis, CXCs, you name it. In addition to that, the Barbados Youth Service also have a job attachment program that would then assign young people, into the hotel sector, into the private sector, electrical installation, woodwork, plumbing, you name it. So the Barbados Youth Service needs funding. So a BEM First approach would put $15 million into that. I am a product of the Barbados Youth Service because I graduated as the valedictorian, and as a result of the Barbados Youth Service, I am who I am today. And all thanks to the Democratic Labour Party, because the Democratic Labour Party who started that Barbados Youth Service. They want to talk about red and ready. But our schools need to be clean and ready to start the beginning of the school term. Last year, Wesley Hall 2025 the students and the parents received notice the Friday before school commenced, stating they have to go to 4 different new locations: YMCA, Wesleyan Holiness Church, St. Leonard's Anglican Church, St. Leonard's Anglican Church, Westbury Primary School, Lawrence de Geer. And these 5 locations were allocated, were announced the Sunday before school started on a Zoom meeting. This was approved by the Ministry of Education last year, 2025. But then we can have a campaign in 2026 speaking about red and ready. But when those children entered the Wesley Hall premises and the other surrounding premises last year, so many children went to the QEH as it relates to asthma and different illnesses, because those persons that leading the Ministry of Education did not have the time to do one simple thing: a site inspection before you send our children into those facilities. But yet still, they claim to be red and ready. St. Ambrose experienced a situation last week. And this situation, a rodent entered the school, and then when they did industrial cleaning, they found out that they had roach nesting. So they had to close the school last week in the middle of a school term. So the Barbados Labour Party cannot focus. The Barbados Labour Party cannot focus in getting our schools ready for our students, but yet still they want to make Barbadians believe that they're ready to lead a government. When we look at the Lester Vaughan School, the Lester Vaughan School started the 2nd term. This year, the administrative office was not clean before the the school reopened this term. The administration office was extremely filthy. And on January 13th, the staff of the Lester Vaughan School had to stand up for their rights and say, I am not entering the premises until industrial cleaning happened. But yet still we have the Barbados Labour Party administration running around, posing for pictures and have a lot of big talk and a lot of big words. But yet still, the simple necessities that our people need and our children need, the Barbados Labour Party failed to deliver. When the staff at the Lester Vaughan School, when they complained about the office and the facilities not being in good condition to, start school, those persons got offended. Management got upset, and persons were victimized. So this is what you will get as it relates to strong leadership. Wrong and strong leadership. You would only dictate, you would not listen, you would not be compassionate. Wrong and strong leadership would equal to wanting. And that wanting will equal to frustration. Frustration is basically working for a school for 8 years as a security officer. At this 8 years of providing service, going above and beyond, the security officer was given a 2-month contract after 8 years of working. The Barbados Labour Party refused to appoint people. The Barbados Labour Party was in government for 8 years. Are you trying to tell me the security officer at the Lester Vaughan School cannot be taken care of properly? That will cause frustration. Janitors working all over Barbados, 12 years plus, only receive a 2-month contract. How are these people supposed to survive in this high cost of living? How are these people supposed to get bank loans, mortgages? How are these people supposed to get any kind of funding from any financial institution when they cannot get permanent contracts? And that is a wrong and strong approach. Strong leadership would only result in that. When you look at a lot of the issues at the Lester Vaughan School, bullying is another issue. True scenario. In 2024, a student was bullied and the student had a panic attack, was admitted to the hospital. As it relates to the issues at the Lester Vaughan School, as it relates to bullying, it is out of control. The management cannot get the bullying under control, just like the government cannot get the crime under control. When you look at our society is going downhill. Going downhill because there's no discipline in the schools. A scenario happened on Friday. Bullying at Lester Vaughan, bullying at all of the schools in this island. A student walking the corridor was slapped by a male student with a ruler. Then another student got involved and asked a male student asked a male student, "Why you hit the young lady?" and slapped him. One student, the male student that slapped the other male student, was suspended for 1 week, and the male student that slapped the young lady was not suspended. But the male student that slapped the young lady proceeded to call a gang, and the gang attacked this young guy on the van Friday after leaving the Lester Vaughan School, pulled knives, about 8 guys. Attacked one guy for defending his sister at the Lester Vaughan School. And fortunate there were conductors and adults there to stop that incident. Fortunate for that. If no adults were there, a parent would have had to bury a young male at the age of 14, and then another family had to find lawyer fees for another young male at the age of 15, or a group of them. The reason why I brought that scenario takes me back to the suspension of children. Before suspending children, we need to put BIM first, and we need to use a BIM first approach. Before suspending children, I am asking all principals to call all students to the office, reach out to all of the parents, and after you reach out to the parents, indicate to the parents everything that transpired. Because if it was not for those adults that were present on Friday, we would have lost a young life at the age of 14. True to the level of bullying in schools. What is the approach? I love that one, Derek. We should not have a wrong and strong approach to leadership. Our leadership should be BIM first. Everything that we do for our country and our people should be based on BIM first. If we had, no, not if we had, a Democratic Labour Party government, a Democratic Labour Party government would put Barbadians first. A Democratic Labour Party government would ensure that site inspections and the necessary things that need to be done in schools, all of the checks and balances would be in place before schools reopen. A Democratic Labour Party government would address crime from the root issue and the root cause. Rather than expelling these young men, put these young men into the Barbados Youth Service, send them to the Barbados Youth Service so that they can learn discipline, skills, and different career opportunities the Barbados Youth Service would provide for them. A Democratic Labour Party, putting BIM first, would ensure the safety of our people and not squander $15 million into a national peace program that failed. The peace program started in 2023, and the following year, we doubled in crime. We had 50 murders. Barbadians, on February the 11th. February the 11th is an important time. It's an important day. And it's a day that we will mark history. A day of history. And that history, the Democratic Labour Party and the people of Barbados will create that history. Because you know why? Cost of living is high. Crime is high. And you know what the government is doing? The government is doing nothing about it. All the government is doing, like our political leader said, creating Ponzi schemes. We need real solutions. We need to put Barbados first. Everybody that is listening, if the window closed, if the window open or the door open, the people that tuned in online and the people that can say it tomorrow, February the 11th, vote the Democratic Labour Party, vote Ralph Thorne as the new Prime Minister of Barbados, vote all 30 candidates to govern this island, because the Barbados Labour Party has failed as it relates to the performance appraisal and the matters needed to be dealt with in this country. The Barbados Labour Party has failed as it relates to addressing crime. The Barbados Labour Party has failed as it relates to the cost of living. And the Barbados Labour Party has failed in our communities. We need pavilions to be reopened, offering skills and different opportunities for our young people. We don't need big slogans. When you look at our streets red and bloody, not red and ready. Our schools not open, our schools not ready for the staff nor the students. Our people cannot get full-time contracts as it relates to appointment. We need a new government, and that new government will not be. That new government will put BIM first. That new government will not be on every poster above every candidate. That new government will take a BIM first approach. BIM first approach, people, that basically mean, right? We put in the interests of our people first, not the interests of ourselves. This is a job of service. The Barbados Labour Party has failed to represent the people in the constituencies. I have walked the length and breadth in so many constituencies. Do not let that red Kool-Aid trick you, people. Do not mind the grocery hampers. Do not mind all of the money wrapped up in the shirts and the hats. Do not mind all of that fluff. Because when this Barbados Labour Party is finished with this country will be no more. February the 11th, vote Democratic Labour Party, vote every single candidate, and vote out them bees. Have a good night.
Damian on the beat, so it's a
Representing the city of Bridgetown, the one and only Dale H. Rowe. Results over words every time. Change we can believe in. Sell we out yet still asking for sympathy. But when you peep nothing I want for the community. We need a change, better life, better days. Always deal that we working with straight out of the voting for deal. Yeah, we need a change now. And your ex could make that change now. We voting for deal.
Thank you, Dale. Last night I said to you in St. John that this was not just another political meeting, but it is a movement of the Democratic Labour Party transcending constituency after constituency, that there is a wave across this country of Barbados. And this wave is saying Democratic Labour Party. And that movement tonight moved from St. John last night to St. Philip tonight to Eagle Hall and to St. Lucie. And it will continue tomorrow, and it will continue on Tuesday and culminate on Wednesday night with victory for this Democratic Labour Party. For too long, governance in this country has been about announcements instead of outcomes, headlines instead of households, and borrowing applause instead of opportunity. But our approach, the Democratic Labour Party's approach of BIM first, is a rejection of that form of governance. It means people before projects, prudence before excess, and accountability before arrogance. And you have seen over the last 8 years, 7+ years, of the arrogance of this Barbados Labour Party led by Prime Minister Mia Mottley. And in Ralph Thorne and the Democratic Labour Party, we are about to rid this country of that form of governance. We will say on Wednesday the 11th, no more. And I continue, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker, a man who have held this party together under trying times. Sound on policy matters, strong on healthcare matters, competent. He's also fearless, a fierce debater, a former president of this Democratic Labour Party, a former head boy at the law school. He brings consistently, he brings facts to the table. He's disciplined in his approach and is structured to national conversation, and will address each constituency, each constituent's matters alongside healthcare realities. He's the party's spokesperson on health. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Senator Andrea Worrell.
Andrea Worrell, DLP family, let we go. Let we go. Taylor, move aside. People ready for a better life. Hey, hey, hey.
Good night to the dear loving people of the Democratic Labour Party. Good night to the constituents of St. Michael Central. Now, the Democratic Labour Party is bringing the energy, the truth, and the facts in this 2026 election campaign. We are on a road to victory because we need to rescue this Barbados from the hands of the despot. We need to rescue Barbados, and all of you out there who are hurting, all of you out there who are disappointed in this government, all of you out there who believed and drank the red Kool-Aid and now it is turning your stomach, I want to bring news to you that the Democratic Labour Party is here to rescue and restore Barbados, and all you need to do on the 11th of February, it is easy. Go to the polls and vote for the Democratic Labour Party. Now tonight I want to share with you on three things. Of course, I will deal with the constituency issues, St. Michael Central. I will also deal with the healthcare issues, but I also need to bring some proof to you that you cannot trust the red rag. What was it called? The red report, or any of the promises that was outlined in the red manifesto, which was a pie in the sky, piece of things put together just to please or placate Barbadians, but you cannot trust them. Now, I want to say that this Democratic Labour Party has brought the only manifesto in this general election campaign that you can believe in and that you can trust in, because it was a collaborative effort. We listened to people. We heard your cries. We went out there. We had consultation to bring the policies. So I want to say that one of the policies in that manifesto, talking about expanding the TVET Council and the programs to train young people, that is one of the pledges and the promises which I have been making on my platforms in St. Michael Central for the entire campaign. And the reason why I made that pledge and that promise, when I canvassed the constituency, a number of the young people, when I asked them, what do you do? They said that they were mechanics. And when I asked if they had the certification from Polytechnic, no. They just worked with the mechanic in the community. So they're calling themselves mechanics. And I did some research. You are able to get a CVQ qualification in mechanics and any other area through the TVET Council. This would provide opportunities for our young people to work within the communities and get training once the mechanic shop is certified and they're ready and willing to participate in the program. An assessor would come and assess them as they do different jobs. And that is what the Democratic Labour Party is willing to offer to our young people, because we recognize that a lot of young people can't get into Polytechnic because this Barbados Labour Party government has done nothing to even build a second Polytechnic institute in St. Lucie or another part of Barbados to give them additional space. So a number of young people apply and they do not get in. And then you can't get into the community college or any of the skills program. So you need to provide them with avenues and opportunities where they can earn training. And that is one of the things which I intend to bring to St. Michael Central, the mechanic shops in Hill Road, all the way through the constituency. There are a number, and as many of them that want to be a part of that program, get them certified, allow the young men to come in, get the training, and then get the CVQ qualification so that they can take that qualification to any of the recognized garages across Barbados and get a job. And furthermore, it is recognized internationally that if they want to leave Barbados, they have certifications to say that they are qualified. That is what the Democratic Labour Party is offering to the young people of Barbados, not handouts, not a red shirt with $150 in it that will not last you until tomorrow. We are giving you something to help you build your future. And I want to say to you, because I saw them over the weekend going around giving out the red shirts with the money. When they come take it, it's a gift from them, but it does not mean that you have to vote for them. It does not mean, because when you take that money from them, they've considered that they have done all that they intend to do from you. You deserve more, so you can wear red and vote yellow. And I want all Barbadians to hear that. Wear the red shirts, but on the 11th, go to the polls and vote for the Democratic Labour Party, because the Barbados Labour Party does not deserve your ex. The Barbados Labour Party does not deserve another term to make you suck salt. You need to send them packing out of the House of Assembly. And vote for the Democratic Labour Party and vote for Ralph Thorne, because we have a vision and a plan to take Barbados forward. Now, throughout all the constituencies, there's a need for infrastructural work, drainage, even simple things as to get a hump in Hill Road. They could not get that through the last parliamentary representative, and none of the others don't have the interest in doing it either. That is not the Barbados Labour Party. But simple things, drainage, housing solutions. For all the billions of dollars that the Barbados Labour Party has borrowed, the 60 million wasted on the Hope project, the 53 million wasted on the Chinese house, not a single housing solution was built across Barbados, definitely none in St. Michael Central, and all across the constituency. People need housing, but the Democratic Labour Party, we have a strong track record of delivering on housing, and once you vote for us on the 11th of February, you will have housing solutions coming your way. Real housing solution, not hope, real housing solutions with the Democratic Labour Party, not squandermania, and not steal houses either, because I am certain that we would like to know who steal the $53 million and what steal happened at Hope. Where the steal that, what steal happened at Hope. But the Democratic Labour Party, we are looking out for the people of Barbados. We mean business, and we are ready to represent you. Moving on to healthcare. This party has a vision and has a plan. We are not like the Barbados Labour Party when only one person, where all big words come through one person, and that is the result for all of the failure of the Barbados Labour Party. We allow persons within the party to go out there and collaborate, get information, and put together proposals. That is why you see the health proposals came out of consultation, because of the hardship that is going on in the healthcare sector, the doctors and the nurses, the pharmacists, even the janitors at the healthcare institutions want to see it improve and do better. So persons have volunteered, these specialists. We hold consultation sessions with specialists to get ideas as to what needs to happen to take this country forward. With regard to health care, last night I spoke about the community care, so I don't need to go through that. We did that already. We also spoke about the emergency care reform, where we will make the nurses, allow the nurses to actually lead the triage process. And we will have a dedicated GP unit at the QEH. Why is this important? Now you hear the reports from the communication officer telling persons not to come to the QEH because of the surge or because of the volume of persons coming in. I don't like to hear those reports, because it sounds as though you are in the process of privatizing healthcare in this country. Because after 10 o'clock at night, if they don't go to QEH, they will have to go to one of the paid facilities. But any Barbadian because the polyclinics are not open, but any Barbadian who have a health care need should have access to proper medical care at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. So what we intend to do is to have a dedicated GP unit, general practice or family practice unit at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, which for persons who have non-emergency health care needs can access treatment there, and this would help to take some of the burden off of the accident and emergency. Because oftentimes you go to accident and emergency, if your belly hurting, if you're vomiting, you feel as though you're going to die. You can't tell the person otherwise, but you still need the best health care possible and what is available at the time. You may not have the money to go to one of the private facilities, and the polyclinics are not open at that time, so allow them to have access to health care within the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And if you do that, you would also find, because a number of persons are staying away from their general practitioners, one, because they don't have the money for the visits or the time. So if you make it available that persons can get those consultations or those visits, you might actually help someone to detect that they have high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or any of those, or even before they actually get a stroke or a heart attack. So you need to have some preventative interventions in place, and that is what the GP unit would allow for the health care in Barbados and prevent persons from going to the accident and emergency in their dire stage when it is too late. We also need to look at the supply chain management as well. Many of you, if you go to the polyclinic, or even your regular doctor, and you get a 3-month prescription, I am certain that over the 3 months when you take in those refills, you get a different brand of medication every time. One of the reasons that happens, because the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and the drug service who buys for the pharmacies are the biggest buyers of medication in the country. But because this Barbados Labour Party government, who has to take direction from the IMF, has slashed the resources and the funding of the healthcare to the bare bone, they do not have access to the cash and the resources to order the drugs and equipment and supplies as they would like to. So what you would find happening is that the drug service would put in a rush order for a drug. And this confuses the pharmaceutical suppliers because you do not have an orderly process in which they are ordering their medication. So if they realize that they can squeeze off $100,000 from someplace and there's an urgent need for one particular type of medication, they may rush an order to the drug company, and then the drug company, having not had the time to plan, may not necessarily have the supplies. And then it affects their record keeping because they don't have an appropriate record of the usage of the drugs and when to order them. But you need to correct that. One, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital need to have access to the resources necessary to order drugs, equipment, and supplies so that these out-of-stock periods will come to an end. And the country needs to make a sacrifice to secure the health care of its people. Because when you go to your pharmacy and you cannot get the medication that you're supposed to be taking, it puts your life at risk. And sometimes you may get one that is more expensive. And it also causes confusion for the elderly patients who this month they're taking a pink pill, next month is a yellow pill, and the following month they can't get the pink or the yellow and they're on to something else. These things cause confusion and you need to fix that so for the sake of better health care of our people. All of these are things that could be easily done. But the Barbados Labour Party is not interested in that. They have to take their directives from the IMF. How many of you know that the IMF is still calling the shots about here? And the pain, the hurt, and the suffering that we are going through is because of BERT. It has gone from BERT 1, Bert 2 after the 2022 election, and if you put the Barbados Labour Party in after the 11th of February, it would be Bert 3. Now, remember, in 2022, when we went to the polls, they said nothing about Bert 2. But after the 2022 election, they introduced Bert 2. They sent home workers from CBC. They sent home workers from the gymnasium. They sent home workers from the sports council. They said nothing to you about that in the last election. But as soon as it was done, they start the cuts and sent you home. I want you to know that there is a Bert 3 waiting in the wings. And if you are foolish enough to trust the Barbados Labour Party and elect them to government again, after the 11th of February, that Bert 3 coming for you. And it coming for the last cent that you have in your pocket. And it will send a number of Barbadians home on short-term contract. So the Bert 3 is there waiting for you. Now, the Barbados Labour Party, when they gave their red report or manifesto, they gave a number of promises to the people of Barbados. They talked about increasing the pay for the civil servants. They also, a number of promises that they gave to Barbadians. But I want you to ask yourself, is the Barbados Labour Party administration under Prime Minister Mayor Amor Motley, an administration which you can trust? Do they keep their promises? Do they keep their word? Have they been fair to the people of Barbados? Have they been transparent with the people of Barbados? The answer to all of those questions is a resounding no. And I want to bring to your attention a story that appeared in The Nation in November last year. It says, pay cry, former UDC and RDC workers appeal for outstanding monies from separation packages. And I'm using this as an example of a government which cannot be trusted, a government which is callous, and a government which is uncaring. Now, this story is about, you all heard about part of Bert 2, the merger of rural and urban development into whatever it is that they call it now, the Rural and Urban Development Commission. Employees from that agency, those two agencies, were offered voluntary separation packages. They were offered the choice of going forward with the merger or taking a voluntary separation package. And some of those employees agreed to that voluntary separation package. And they were given the expectation by the government of Barbados that they would be paid out. In fact, they were given the expectation by the senior minister, Dr. William Dugan, from housing, that they would be paid out, that they would get their separation package. I would like to, do you believe that up to this day, those employees would have left more than 6 months ago and hope that they would have been able to carry on their lives with the voluntary separation package? And that is just to show how callous and uncaring the Barbados Labour Party government is. Because when an employee makes a decision that they are not going to move forward with an agency, they expect to get what money is owed to them so that they can plan their finances and move forward with their lives. But that uncaring government, who promised the employees that they will give them their rewards and their dues, up to this day have not. So I am using that to say to you, Barbadians, any promise which they have made to you before the election and it is not delivered by the election, you can bet on it that it will never be delivered and you will continue to wait on it. Now, in 2018, when the Urban Development Commission offered voluntary separation to some of their staff, that money was paid. So why today the new merged company cannot honor their commitment? This Barbados Labour Party government has left no room for the private sector to adopt their policies. They have lowered the bar in terms of labor relations in this country. They employed persons and don't pay NIS for them, and now they're sending home persons on voluntary separation packages and are refusing to pay the severance. Tell me what moral authority does the Minister of Labor or the Prime Minister have when they're intervening in an industrial relation matter involving the private sector, who also does the same thing, not pay NIS or refuse to pay severance packages? What moral authority will the government have if they are doing the same thing? And these are questions that you need to ask to the people wearing the red shirts when they come to your house. And you also need to accept this as proof and fact that they cannot be trusted. Their word is worth nothing. Their word is worth absolutely nothing. And just going on. The article said, we received a letter which said to give them 10 days to give us further documentation and communication on the whole package. We had one-on-one individual meetings, and that was when they started to tell us about the package. We were given the breakdown on how it's going to be done. They're going to look at our years of service, and they would pass the information over to the Cabinet and the Ministry of Finance. They called it a voluntary separation package, and they actually worked out our money and there and then and told us that we would get that, and it would be topped up with what they call good faith things. But up to this day, those employees have not received their monies, causing them to reach out to the Nation newspaper in May for some redress to it, but up to this day, it has not been done. So you want to tell me that this is a Barbados Labour Party government that can be trusted? You want to tell me that the Mayor Amor Motley cabinet can be trusted? Why are they not keeping their word in a simple matter where the law expressly for 6 persons, where the law expressly states that they're entitled to the separation package? And if they're doing it to them, they will do it to any one of you, because they do not care. They do not care once they get what they want, and that is their attitude towards paying you for a vote. When they come with those red shirts with the money to entice you to vote for them, that is your attitude, because once you take that and you vote for them, as far as they're concerned, they have done all that they intend to do for you. But this country and Barbadians deserve better. You need a government that will put Barbadians first, that would give you first priority and access to jobs. You need the Democratic Labour Party. You don't need a handout. You need a hand up. And on the 11th of February, vote for dignity and vote for respect restored, especially for our young people. Go to the polls and vote for the Democratic Labour Party. Vote for Andrea Worrell in St. Michael Central. Vote for Damien Fanus in St. Michael West, this constituency. Vote for James Paul North in West Central, Dale Rowe in the city, and every single DLP candidate all across Barbados. Wake up with yellow on your mind and take your families to the poll. Every single vote is important. Do not leave any on the table. Go to the polls. Take no chances. Go early. Go early to the polls. Don't say you're going to come home from work and do it, because our traffic is so horrible that you may not get to the polls before 6 o'clock. Go early in the morning. You are entitled to that time to go and vote for the Democratic Labour Party. I thank you.
Andrea Worrell, DLP family, let we go. Let we go. Tyra, move aside. People ready for a better life. Every time you go, the shop price raise up. It can't stop. Bills higher than the hillside. Payday come and it still feel tight. People pressure, real frustration. Hold up him feeling the vibration.
Thank you, Andrea Worrell. It is really good to be on a Democratic Labour Party's platform, an issues-based platform, where we bring the issues of the day to you. And Andrea spoke about Bert 3. And I will say to you that Bert 3 will bring more hardship to you than what Bert 1 or Bert 2 did. And there is nothing in the Barbados Labour Party's manifesto that the Prime Minister could not go to Parliament and do. She has 29 to 1. She has a majority. And there is nothing in this election for you. In my estimation, this election is solely to keep Motley in power, she thinks. But come the 11th of February, you got to change that. You have to change that. And I will move along. Ladies and gentlemen, I spoke to you earlier. I told you about the movement that started in St. John last night, and that the movement continued to St. Philip and to Eagle Hall and to St. Lucie. And the movement continues tomorrow in Lamins in St. Joseph. And the movement will culminate on Tuesday night at Hackett Hall. We move to Lamins St. Joseph tomorrow night, and the train stops at Hackett Hall tomorrow night, on Tuesday night, sorry. And then we move to George Street on Wednesday night with a massive island-wide celebration, celebrating the victory of the Democratic Labour Party into office. I will move along, ladies and gentlemen, with our speakers. And the next man to come to the podium is the man I dub David. And we know what David did to the perceived giant Goliath. And this man speaks to youth mobilization. He speaks from the heart, grassroots urgency, and the power of organized communities to effect change. This young man, ladies and gentlemen, the baby of the party, the baby of the candidates, a little man with a big heart. I bring to you the candidate for St. Michael Northeast, Mr. Jamal Sandiford.
Jamal Sandiford. When my trip to Jamal Sandiford. Hey, Jamal Sandiford, small youth from the rock, slinging a hand, no crown pan him head, but he firm when he stand. Who on me trembling, nobody want try. But Jamal Sandiford, step forward, look Goliath in the eye. Take down the giant, take down the giant, take down the giant Sandiford. Little Jamal with your big heart, gone down on the front line with the slingshot ready to start. He looking and looking, but he can't see where the giant gone. Is a mystery, she gone MIA. Missing in action, ain't even show up in the fight. Sandiford gone through all the gaps, and the giant was nowhere inside. Wallace up playing overhead, the giant flying way somewhere again. Sandy gone long and take the giant crown and bring home the victory for the Deals, yeah!
Good night. Big up my DLP Massive. My name is Jamal Sandiford, Democratic Labour Party candidate for St. Michael Northeast. I didn't know I come on with a little bit of energy tonight, but I got to bring something to your attention. Many of you may not know, but last night, we had a great moment at St. John at the release of our manifesto. But on the other side of the coin, some people from the Democratic Party, some close friends of mine, one of our candidates as well, were fighting for their lives. And it was one of the most humbling experiences that you could endure. Damien Fanus, I'm here to say tonight, I confirm that God has sent Fannis for us. Because it's only through the grace of God that him, my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, and Paul Rawlings are alive tonight. I have to give massive respect to every healthcare provider who came through last night, because it is those people that we often forget to remember that are here at every chance, at every hour, sometimes at all o'clock, waiting and ready for us. And that is why the Democratic Party has not forgotten them. We have policies in place to help the healthcare provider. But Damien Fanus, he's a special character indeed. He's here for St. Michael West. You have to respect a candidate who was willing to contest in elections when he only had 2 weeks to prepare and still continued. You have to respect a candidate who survived a car accident last night and through the grace of God pulled through and still wants to represent you people of St. Michael West. And that is why I have to commend Damien Fanus, because he's not just anybody. He's one of the most considerate young men I have had the pleasure to work alongside. He often refers to me as his moral compass, but I see him as a slightly older mentor to me. This man has trained in psychology. This man is a man who is trained in law. He should be the next representative for the Democratic Party for St. Michael West. Before I came here tonight, I had a speech of my own in my hometown, in my constituency. I made sure that home drum beat first. And the reason I did that is to show our Prime Minister that you should make sure that your home drum beats first. That you should make sure that when you look at leadership, that you govern your own. And it's not just about flying everywhere and leaving our constituency exposed. The truth is, my topic for the past, since election start, is what do they define as strong leadership? Because a leader has to be present. A leader has to be present-minded. There are certain skills that you learn in the trade of leadership, like delegation. I often am told that my opponent is running within 30 constituencies, and they often have to say, you lie, she running in 29. Because she ain't running in mine. I outside. I on the ground. And it's she that no go come out. When I think about the issues that plague that constituency, it always reminds me of why I got into politics. On the one hand, you could probably even say that she got me into politics, because when I saw the state of her constituency, the constituency of which she presides over. When I saw the state of some of these people, I had to get involved. How can you forget that people are living in galleries, sleeping in galleries? How can you forget that people are unemployed, houses without roofs? We got people that telling me and showing evidence of it that over the last 30 years, mind you, she's been in office that long. She's been their representative for that long. Over 32 years. And roads, some roads aren't fixed. We really need to take a look at what we call fair and even representation. How can you be the Prime Minister and in your constituency they have haves and have-nots, and they have very little haves compared to have-nots? I hope I'm not putting anybody out there. I went to Jackson 2 weeks ago and I saw people, and I do the same thing I ask every area of my constituency. Is there anything that you would like to see improved? Is there anything you would like to see happen within your constituency? And a lot of people say, man, I'm pretty sure. And that caught my attention because I don't hear that in other places. So I asked them, have you seen your representative recently? And here, man, yes, man, she's can't breathe with me, she's can't line with me. And that got me jumped because other places are here, you don't want to see she. For years, you don't want to see she. She will get somebody send a hamper, a healthcare package, but you ain't going to see she. And this is the point that really alarmed me. People that got houses, getting houses built by the government, and other people got held up in houses. So what I tell you, you go and be she friend. You don't just go and wear right shirts no more, you go and be she friend. She go and know you. And it hurts me because other people have been telling me, man, she know everybody about Shaw. She know every single person in this constituency. She know the people that living and sleeping in galleries. She know the people that living in houses that got a pirate light and pirate water. I mean, I got toddlers living in some of these homes. Yet, people love she. They love the publicity. Because if they was to really take a good look into the way this constituency see it, I'm pretty sure it'll be hard to even like she, furthermore love she. The truth is this. My aim as our next representative for St. Michael North East for the Democratic Labour Party is to improve the quality of life for every single resident within the constituency. For me, it don't matter if you're B, D, NPP, UPP, because when I'm in government, when I'm in office, all of you still have to come to me. I have to make sure that I govern the constituency. Unlike the current representative that make sure that some have and some don't. This brings me to some of the policies in which the Democratic Labour Party is looking at. One of them is the sewage tax and garbage tax, but predominantly the sewage tax. And everywhere I go, I'm going to make it known. Less than 32% of the Barbados population is hooked up to the sewer lines. Yet, long as you're paying a water bill, you have to pay sewage tax. You're going to be charged before the first drip of water comes out. Is that fair? Does that make sense? To be paying for something which you don't use, to be paying for a solution which you don't have the problem, it does not make any sense. But that is why the Democratic Labour Party has decided to reduce the cost of these bills. We have decided to reduce and alter the flat rates so that they can accommodate for lower and middle class earners. We have put legislation in place. We have plans to remove VAT from the pensioners and reduce VAT, value added tax, by 2.5%. In other words, that will place us at 15%. The truth is, I know many of you will go to the port to bring in stuff, and it's there that you would really feel value added tax because you know how much you pay for it when you ordered it. And some people can't afford to get it from out the port. Borrowers, they lock off months on end. That is why we have to reduce the tax. If you understand that this government, since they got in the last 8 years, decided that they're going to make it so hard for poor people, they are going to make sure you have to pay for sewage tax that you might not have an issue with. And they're making 18, sometimes 19, and on a good month, $20 million for something that you should not have to pay for. Is this a government that is strong leadership in trying times? It seems as though they put Barbadians to so much trouble that they can now say that they're just strong. We dealing with a government that decided, you know what? We here 7 years. Let me call elections early, man. Call elections early and decide, man, we can raise income tax. They can raise income tax from $1,300 to $1,700. And my thing is this, it is a measly $400. And I'm going to say this, and I hope that every media house captures it. Offering more money is not the problem. Creating an environment where your money lasts longer is. And that is why the Democratic Party reducing VAT is your solution. Not offering you more money, because that $400 that they're offering you, if you get it in 1 year, can go in 1 day, can go in 1 week, can go in 1 month, can go in 1 bill payment. So that is not the solution. Before I got here tonight, I got a message on my phone. I saw a message that it really highlighted something for me. It was a message of Trump offering the Americans $1,000 for children in a fund that when they reach 18 they would have it, and they were expecting to have anywhere from $100,000 or so. And the person asked me, Jamal, this don't say something like what your constituent, what your opponent did. And I said, wait. You telling me that this $5,000 actually claimed to offer the people of Barbados for the children that born after 2021 wasn't even original? So you're telling me that when I copy and paste or cut and paste the Jamaican Labour Party's manifesto, people claiming it's AI generated, but I don't know how factual that is, but I know it resembles very, very much so to the Jamaican Labour Party's manifesto. And this idea you offering the people of Barbados isn't even original. All you have done is change the number from 1,000 to 5,000. And the hurtful part is, I ain't even surprised. It's what you do. Every single thing. The solution for the Barbados Party is offer them more money. They're going to hush. People crying out in Barbados Party, give them a job. They're going to hush. My thing is this, government is too oppressive. And as the saying goes, the hammer that sticks up gets battered down. But I can tell you, I'm sticking up. Because you can't batter me down. The Democratic Party is with me. And together, we will retain this government. Together, we will take back this country to the right path. Imagine living in a country where you could hear that $60 million or more disappear and no one is held accountable. $60 million. You know what you could do with $60 million? You can fix your hospital with $60 million. Speaking of fixing your hospital, they had the luxury of creating a state-of-the-art medical center. And know that when people want to come to the hospital, they tell them, don't come. You can imagine the place that taxpayers go to get medical care. You can tell them, don't come. This reminds me of the state of my constituency, because there's an office within Bush Hall, within my constituency, that I have been receiving a lot of complaints for. Because when the constituents go to receive any assistance and see if they can get work or anything at all, you see her? Don't come. They can't help you. You can imagine that. I mentioned that just now before I come here on this platform in my constituency in Bush Hall. And people say, I hear that already. They've experienced that already. Is this your strong leadership? Is their definition of strong leadership what you categorize as strong leadership? We really need to look into the structures that this government has placed on us. The borrowing thing don't work, because you can be borrowing so much money and we still got issues on the road. And speaking of issues on the road, you know that our government supporters have lost faith when legislation from them has been leaked to the country before they're ready. Yeah, you can hear it jump off the back of a truck. And they're glad, because somebody didn't get in trouble for it. But the truth is, they have plans to divest public transportation and then call this election. But some good-hearted soul had the balls to leak it so that the public could see it. And the only reason that it is not in place right now is because of the Democratic Labour Party get up and make noise about it. So I'm encouraging you, the country of Barbados, every citizen, get up and make noise about it with your ex. Because I find it very hard to believe that they say in their manifesto in 2018 that they have plans to transform public transportation. And in 2025, you bring Uber here. And in 2025, after you bring Uber, you want to divest public transportation. So want to see what happened? All right. When you turn around and you try to divest public transportation, it will mean now that the buses will be privately owned by an entity or personnel. And any person who does business knows that the first order of business is to do what? Make a profit. When the Democratic Labour Party created the Transport Board, it was not to make a profit. It was to make sure that we could get from point A to point B, to create a service that the people of Barbados, the low-income earners, because it's them that gets the bus, could get around. That is what this party does. We create social services to help increase and improve the quality of life for every citizen. That is called being productive. But this Barbados Labour Party does not do that. They offer you a little extra change. Tell me something. should bus fare go up after this election at $10? Because the $400 that they're offering you in your income tax make you feel any better? When the gas prices raised, that $400 can make you feel any better? Because then they the same thing when they offer you the solidarity payment, $300, one-off payment, and after the by-election, gas price going back through the roof. Is this a government that cares? Is this what they categorize as strong leadership? Because Barbadians has to be strong to put up with this folly. And that is why I say, on February 11th, come down to the polls. When you see the Democratic Labour Party, place your X. When you see James Small, place your X. Dale Rowe, place your X. Damien Fanus, place your X. Andrea Worrell, place your X. Jamal Sandiford, place your X. Because it is us who are going to retake this government and make sure that we can begin to feel relieved, begin to feel comfortable, begin to feel as though you can trust the government. You're dealing with a government who is not transparent. And that is why every time I come on these platforms, I have to thank Ralph Thorne, our comrade leader, for crossing that floor. It takes a strong man to decide, look, I know they can hate me. I know I can be 29 against 1. But I got to do it. That is a man with heart. That is a man with backbone. That is a man that realized the people will not let me get a chance to speak in Parliament. And so he waited. And when they started to grumble, all he asked them simply was, you hungry? And you can hear, Mr. Speaker, honorable member, please. It was a please when they was talking. But when comrade leader wants to bring the truth, when comrade leader wants to expose how these big projects are benefiting certain individuals, it is, honorable member, please, please do not get caught up in your sides. None of that. That is why I respect the honorable Ralph Thorne for starving them. Because they must starve we. They must wait till the feet that be starved are awful we little $300. Turn around, promise you 5. Where are the other 5? That is how this government sees this country. That is how this government dishes out strong leadership. This government, to me, is so weak, and I can say it. So weak that they had to put the Prime Minister's face on every poll because nobody know who's the person running for the area. But we know that like she. We know that like she. So when the people see she, they feel that they're going to vote for that member of parliament. If they have legacy, you would not have the need to put her face on every poll. If they have connected with the people of Barbados, they would not feel the need to go out to put she on every banner with their member or candidate. If she had cared about our constituency, she would not wait till 3 days before election to want to do a public meeting in my constituency. I want one to realize she do not canvass. She do not walk around. She mingles with few. So it's only obvious that she will not understand the concerns of the citizens and the constituents. And that is why their only solution is to offer you money. I hear say tonight, on February 11th, take your money. Go down to the polls. Make sure you don't wear white, red, yellow, no party color. And make sure that you place your X plumb in the middle when you see the Democratic Party. Thank you and good night.
Jamal Sandiford, small youth from the rock, sling in a hand, no crown pan him head, but he firm when he stand. Who on me trembling, nobody want try. But Jamal Sandiford, step forward and look like.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the passion coming from this young man. And one can only imagine what will happen when he enters the House of Assembly. But as I said to you earlier, ladies and gentlemen, the movement of the Democratic Labour Party continues tomorrow night in Laming, St. Joseph, and we move to Hackett Hall on Tuesday, the 10th of February, when we push ourselves to midnight and then for 6 o'clock on Wednesday morning. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. You heard from the others. Now it's time to hear the voice of the constituency. A young man who you all have grown to love over the last year or so. One whom I certainly have time for. He will speak to you tonight on local issues that affect this constituency. He will also inform you of the failures of this government and the clear contrast between Barbados Labour Party and Democratic Labour Party. He's an attorney at law. He's here tonight because of the mercies of Almighty God. Because had it not been for God's mercy, we don't know where he would have been tonight. But he has braved a car crash last night on his way to Eagle Hall, to Gall Hill. And because of his love for this constituency and the issues affecting the people, he wants to be your voice. And he is coming tonight, putting all things behind him and putting St. Michael West before him. I bring to you, ladies and gentlemen, my friend, a man who has a lot going for him. I call him the cool ruler. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Damien Fanus.
This is a shout out to the wonderful people of St. Michael West.
Oh, yeah. Damien Fanus. Aye. Oh, Damien Fanus. Experience in action, not talk. classroom to courtroom, steady and true. Fannis brings change we could believe in too. Damien Fanus, Fanus with us. Stand up tall, justice and care for one and all. Fanus, Fanus with us. Time to progress, put people first, nothing less. Fanus, Fanus with us. Whoa, Fanus, Fanus with us. Whoa, Fanus, Fanus with us. Whoa, Fanus, Fanus with us. We want better care for the community. Youth get chances, real opportunities. Clean leadership, accountable plans. Listening close to the everyday Barbadian, please. No neglect, no turning away. St. Michael West deserves better today. Fanus, Fanus with us. Yeah, it's true. Strong, prepared, qualified. Fanus, Fanus with us. Plain as day. Ready to serve, not here to gain. Fanus, Fanus with us. Whoa, Fanus, Fanus with us. Whoa, Fanus, Fanus with us. Whoa, Fanus, Fanus with us. Yeah, Damian Fanus. Fanus with us. Fanus with us. Fanus with us. St. Michael West. Damien Fanus. Fanus with us. Fanus with us.
A shout out to the wonderful people of St. Michael West.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Damien Fanus. Aye, aye, aye. Damien Fanus. Experience in action, not talk, not bluffs. Law, youth, leadership, built on trust. Yeah, discipline strong, integrity firm. Service over self, his only term. From classroom to courtroom, steady and true. Fanus brings change we could believe in too. Damien Fanus, Fanus with us. Stand up tall, justice and care for one and all. Fanus, Fanus with us. Time to progress, put people first, nothing less. Fanus, Fanus with us. Whoa, Fanus, Fanus with us. Whoa, Fanus, Fanus with us. Whoa, Fanus, Fanus with us. We want better care for the community. Youth get chances, real opportunities. Clean leadership, accountable plans. Listening close to the everyday Barbadian, please. No neglect, no turning away. St. Michael West deserves better today. Fanus, Fanus with us. Yeah, it's true. Strong, prepared, qualified. Fanus, Fanus with us. Plain as day. Ready to serve, not here to gain. Fanus, Fanus with us.
St. Michael West. Fannis boat here. I made a promise to you that I would neither abandon you nor forsake you. And right now, a car crash could not break that promise. The devil came for me and my team, and he failed. Death came and tested that promise, and he lost. It's going to take more than a car flipping twice in the dead of night to stop me from showing my face in this constituency. And with that said, I can only give thanks to the one, the maker, my creator. To God be the glory, great things he has done. Because I could have been 6 feet under. My team could have been 6 feet under. But he gave me a purpose. He gave me a mission.
He gave me resolve, because right now representation in this constituency is lacking, and I am here to represent you. Last night was the most scariest thing I've ever experienced in my whole entire life. What was probably more scary was that I had 3 other individuals with me, and I worried about their welfare. Some people would tell you that there's one individual in their life who is their rock. I have two rocks in my life. Ariel Rock and Michael Rock. They have pushed me. They have pushed me through this campaign when I was tired, when I wanted to give up. They were my counsel. They were my advisors. They are my friends. And I call them brother and sister. There was one other individual in that car last night. An individual who I've come to respect and who I've come to love, not only as a partner in this campaign, but I look up to him as if he was a father. Paul Rollins. People told me not to walk with you. People told me that you were this and you were that. But I asked those people that if Jesus was on this earth, what would Jesus do? Jesus would walk with you, Paul. Jesus would walk with you, and I can't want to represent a constituency and leave you out. Because people like you and me were not supposed to come and walk up the steps of Parliament. People told me that I would not be nothing, and they told you that, my brother. They told you that. But we are the voices of the voiceless, and we will walk up the steps of Parliament, and we will represent this constituency. We will tell people what they need to hear, and that is, we are here for you. I also want to thank the first responders who came and they came to our rescue that night. I want people to understand something, because there's this thing online now where that people are tending to misrepresent the words that you say, because they're trying to make it seem as if Leader Thorne now, they're going to use my words to say that, oh, things at the hospital aren't that bad. But they are that bad. What I'm trying to say is that through it all, our first responders, our doctors, and our nurses continue to work. They continue to work with lack of resources, underpay, long hours, but they showed up. They showed up for my team. And despite it all, despite the challenges, they come to work each and every single day, and I will represent them as well. Our healthcare system is in shambles. Imagine that we need an ambulance and there's only 4 public ambulances and all were out. 4 public ambulances. How can 4 ambulances represent 270,000 people? Tell me. My team had to be outfitted with kid neck braces for children because they didn't have the ones for adults. Tell me how you expect our nurses and our doctors to work with that. But you know what's the most heartbreaking thing about it? Through it all, the Prime Minister went and visited the hospital. And you know what she did? She then went to the Barbadian people and admit, listen, under this administration, things have gotten dire. Under this administration, we recognize that something is wrong, and we are going to fix it. You know what she did? She called a snap election. She called a snap election. Imagine that Right now, our nurses are crying out for resources. And rather than take some of that, we gathering money and put it back into the hospital. You call a snap election. Tell me, does that sound like me cares to you? And there's something that I really need to make mention of too, because I would have seen her on my internet, on Rihanna's internet recently, revealing a manifesto that is not hers. But what do you call somebody that takes something that doesn't belong to them? Tell me again. Tell me again. Tell me again. When I said it, not me. Because they been sending the defamation letter at my place. But once wanna know. But you know, in revealing the manifesto, what she probably should have revealed, should have revealed the Carifesta figures. She should have revealed the integrity legislation. She should have revealed the investigation in Hope. She should have revealed the anti-gang legislation rather than stealing somebody else's manifesto and parading it as if this was some sort of big coup. A manifesto that we would have said XYZ was in it from the beginning. So I don't know what it is that you accomplish other than showing that there is no level that you will stoop to win an election. And the Barbadian people, the people of St. Michael West, deserve better than that. And I want to commend our Bajan drivers. Look, I can tell one of something, you. One is the best drivers in the world. Because I don't know how one has traversed these roads when the street lights and the reflectors and get home safe to one of families. I tried it and failed. So I could only imagine what you go through each and every single day. The state of our roads are deplorable. You be driving for miles without a street light or a reflector. And for 7 years, you had all of that time to make the roads better. You said you were going to make the roads better. And you have not done anything. But check you now, because you won't win the election scrambling to fix roads. And got influencers coming and trying to make the Barbadian people feel as if you're doing your job. But for 7 years, we've seen nothing. Absolutely nothing. And when I walk through St. Michael West, I've seen some of the worst roads I've ever seen in my entire life. I got people coming and tell me, man, Fannis, I beg you, help me now. Help me. I would give my vote, but come and fix this road because I don't got the money to really repair my car all the time, so. I want to ask you a question, St. Michael West. Are you not tired of the piss-poor representation that you're getting right now? Are you not tired of a representative who only represents a quarter of the constituency? Friends and family, when you call it, you can't hear it. You just only see buying drinks. I only see putting out money when he want votes. There are too many people in this constituency that come and tell me that they've never seen him. People that tell me in 7 years they've never seen him once. 7 years? That's 7 by 365 days, and you mean you can pick one day to show your face in the constituency? But I want to highlight something too. I want to highlight that we too must hold ourselves accountable. Because Andrea Worrell in his speech, he asks you to look in the mirror because we are to blame for the corruption in politics. Because when a man could come and offer you something of a monetary gain so that he could get a seat, that is what breeds corruption. That is what breeds an inept government. And we are the ones who must hold them accountable. I ain't telling you don't take the money. I am telling you to take the money and vote your conscience. Show them that, yeah, this is just a gift and they didn't ask you for it, but my vote going with the person who's going to represent me, and his name is Damien Fanus. There is a new preacher in town, and he's preaching that prosperity politics, where young men aren't going to be gunned down in the street because they got to hustle, because you ain't providing no opportunities for them to work. Where old people cannot stay home by themselves and then got nobody to look after them. Where they got too many houses that falling down. When I could see and I look around this constituency, all I see is paradise. And I don't see paradise in the state of the way it looks. I see paradise in its people. When I look into your eyes, I can see that you want more and you deserve more. And with me, you will get more. Because I, as I said, will not abandon or forsake you or leave you by the wayside. I know what that feels like. I know what it feels like to be holding out your hand and people slapping it away. I know what it feels like to make a phone call when you need help, your most dire help, and nobody don't pick up the line. I didn't get into politics for fame. My name don't even sound right to be a representative. This makes so much fun of my last name. But I don't care. I don't care, because when I come and I look at the people that I was sent to represent, I see people that I will hold their hand and represent them whether they vote for me or not. I do not care if you vote for me or not. I will represent you. When you call this number, I will answer. And if I don't answer, I can call you back. When you message me on Facebook or IG, I can message you back. And I can ask you, how may I help you? Because sometimes that's all somebody wants to hear. How may I help you? Sometimes just hearing those simple words puts you back to sleep at night. You could look at your children and you could hold them and embrace them and tell them, don't worry, tomorrow can be better. Because we got better people in politics. We got better people representing the constituency. And we got better people in government. And you know who that better person is? Not just me, Daddy, not just me. I'm talking about Mr. Ralph A. Thorne. A man that see me and just took one look at me and told me, Fannis, you got a place in this DLP party because you have something to offer. You got a story to tell. And I know that once you get in a position to help people, you will help people. That is the type of people we need in politics. People who can pull up a brother and tell him, listen, you got a purpose. Now, I want to talk to you about where I see this constituency going. I ain't just going to criticize, I can bring solutions, because that is what a Democratic Labour Party does. They can talk what they feel like. They can talk what they feel like, because I can tell you what I see in each and every single one of you. I see an investment. You're not a transaction. When people come to buy you vote, When they come to buy your vote, why they're treating you like groceries? You are not groceries. Nobody can buy one. They need to invest in you. We are too close to Bridgetown not to be benefiting from the economic activity in Bridgetown. I see us stretching all of that economic activity from Bridgetown into St. Michael West. A developed urban area, a town. There's the commercial area on that side, but there's the urban area here where tourists can come off of ships and walk through all of St. Michael West with developed roads, lights, parks, and all of the entrepreneurs could just open the doors and say, come on in. You should be able to stay home and make money. You should be able to open your doors and all the taxi tours come in and stop at your bar and your bar and your bar and your eatery and your hair salon and your barber salon and your nail salon. When they can't find it in town, they can find it in St. Michael West. And I ain't gonna left for all of when the artisans or when the plumbers, steel benders, carpenters. We ain't gonna left out one another because they got a plan called constituency works. And we will deploy you to the most vulnerable persons in the constituency. You can rebuild your constituency. We will not wait on anybody else or any government agency. You will take your destiny into your own hands. And you will rebuild this constituency. And we will pay you. And we will take out NIS so you could draw it back when you get to a certain age. And your grandkids want a little ice cream off of the ice cream truck. And you could just pull your pocket and give it to them. And the young men and women of this constituency, I have a love for you. And I can tell you why I have a love for you. Because I myself was a troubled youth. I was kicked out of school with no CXCs. And I tried my best because I always had ambition. I wanted to be an Olympic athlete. I wanted to be the next Oba, but I wasn't quite what Oba was. But there was a Defense Force sports program that invested in me anywhere. They said, youngster, you're better off in here than in the streets. And whether you can run 10-point, we don't care. You better in here than on the streets. The same Defense Force program that this government shuttered. They shut it down when it was only $1 million a year to run. But then you could see them spending money at we gatherings and spend a whole lot of money on Carifesta. The money that them could have spent in Carifesta, they could have spent in the Defense Force, would have probably keep it open for another 70 years. Taking young men and women off the street and giving them discipline, putting them in school and turning them into attorneys of law like me. But we got to go and revisit the slogan, Mia cares. Not for the young men, Gordy, that would have found themselves in the sports program, obviously. But I promise we will reopen that program, not only in the government, but I'm going to open up a semi-professional sports program in this constituency. We will invest in sports in this constituency, and you will be able to play your sports. But hold on a second. Hold on a second. From what I understand, you guys don't even have the facilities now to go and play your sports. St. Leonard's now has closed their gates to you. I guarantee you, we will find a place for you to play your sports. We will find a place to house you so you can play every sport under the sun and to take part in your community activities because you deserve it. And that isn't a promise, that is a fact. And I also want to look into the streaming economy. I want our young men and women to be able to ply their trade online and make money. There are too many of these of these young men and women who are so adept in the digital age right now, and we're not taking advantage of it. Imagine a young man who can stay home, go on his computer, play a game or two, build a fan base, and make money from it. It's as simple as that. And we don't have the infrastructure, policy, or legislation here. I'd rather keep a young man at home playing video games and Gotti on the block sitting down. Young people, I have that vision for you. And our elderly. Yes, that's you, Daddy, that's you. We ain't letting you out. There's too many of you that have been abandoned and left at home to play your own devices and get through. Them days done. Those days are done. We will put policy to take care of the cornerstones of our constituency. We will ensure that you're never left home alone again. All of those persons that have elderly care skills, we will deploy you to the people that need you most. We will ensure that there's proper transport for you to get to your appointments on time. And if we have to deliver all your medication to you, we will deliver it to you. But there's something that just came to my mind too. There's too many of you that are still living in this constituency with pit toilets. Them days done. On the first week of me winning this election, we are going to hold a town hall in St. Leonard's School, and I want to hear all of your issues. Come and talk to me. We can document them, and we can listen, and we can work on it. Because you want to know how I see you? I see you as the rudder that steers this ship called Barbados, SS Barbados. We can be the example for all constituencies to follow. We can set an example that even makes Barrow blush. And they could come and tell me, but one man left Barrow in the past, but those who forget their history go into the future blind. And right now this government is blind. And if you could see what I see in yourself, and if I could see what I see in you, and you could just relate to me, we can do it. We will do it. Hold my hand and we can go to paradise. We can make this constituency paradise. Because as I said earlier, in one of my meetings down with Hawkins, all I got is this. All I got is this right here beating in my chest. And it beats for each and every single one of you in St. Michael West. Probably should have been my campaign slogan, but it's too long. But at the end of the day, look at this young man before you. Don't judge him by his words, but judge him by his actions. And I will tell each and every single one of you, I ain't just here for the ride. I ain't here to take your vote and run. I'm going to be a clear presence in this constituency. I'm going to bring integrity back to politics. I'm going to bring integrity back to representation. I'm going to go into the House of Parliament, and the only thing you can hear me say each and every single time I open my mouth is St. Michael West. And I want each and every single one of you to do me a favor. When you turn out to vote, the DLP wins elections. Don't get it twisted. Each and every single time you all turn out to vote, we win elections. That is why the Prime Minister is scared. That is why she wants to keep you downtrodden with the psychological warfare. telling you Dems never again. But your voice matters. Your voice gave us free education. Your voice gave us the NIS. Your voice gave us the transport board. Your voice gave us free bus fares. And your voice again is what's going to save this country. Don't get behind me because I ain't leading nobody. We walking together, side by side, hand in hand, and we going straight to Parliament, and we are going to make changes in this constituency. Days of lack are done. Days of lack of opportunity are done. Days of toilets are done. Days of dilapidated homes done. Days of destroyed roads done. Days of deception are done. One Barbados, BIM First, St. Michael West. Don't judge me by my predecessors, because my name ain't Chris Sinclair nor Michael Lashley. My name is Damien Fanus, and I am here to represent you. Come out, vote. Vote Ralph Thorne. Vote DLP. Vote Damien Fanus. Thank you. And I love you, St. Michael West.
Damien Fanus, experience in action, not talk, not bluffs. Law, youth, leadership, built on trust. Yeah, discipline strong, integrity firm. Service over self, his only term. From classroom to courtroom, steady and true. Fanus brings change we could believe in too. Damien Fanus, Fanus with us. Stand up tall, justice and care for one and all. Fanus, Fanus with us. Time to progress, put people first, nothing less. Fanus, Fanus with us. Whoa, Fanus, Fanus with us. Whoa, Fanus, Fanus with us. Whoa, Fanus, Fanus with us. We want better care for the community. Youth get.
Thank you, Damien. You heard the passion coming from your next parliamentary representative for St. Michael West, Mr. Damien Fanus. Ladies and gentlemen, serious leadership requires more than criticism. It requires ideas, structure, and credibility. In this next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, he brings depth and a clear understanding of the economic structure needed to move Barbados forward. He has been a pillar of strength for this Democratic Labour Party in the Senate of Barbados. I bring to you, ladies and gentlemen, the soon-to-be next parliamentary representative for the constituency of St. Michael Northwest, Mr. Ryan Walters.
Tell your sons and daughters we vote in Ryan Walters.
For the representation, we voting for Ryan, yeah.
Ryan Walters. Ryan Walters.
For the representation, we voting for Ryan, yeah.
Ryan Walters. Ryan Walters.
Ryan bringing purpose and passion, so progress got to happen. Yes, it's purpose and passion, so progress got to happen. Purpose and passion, so progress got to happen. Purpose and passion, so progress got to happen.
Good night, good night, good night. Good night, St. Michael West. Comrade Aline, good night. My friends, tonight is a serious night. A night for some reflection and thought. And I start this way because last night in St. John, when we launched our manifesto, there was a lot of jubilation. There was a lot of emotion. There was a lot of celebration. But there comes a time when we have to really look and tell the people of Barbados what we are doing and why we are doing it. Because, as I have said in St. Michael Northwest, that this business that we are in this election, is serious business. And it should be taken seriously. And as I commence my presentation, I want to commend Comrade Damien Fannis, a young man who, from the time he walked into those walls at the Democratic Labour Party headquarters and into the opposition office, he has been playing a critical role in what has been happening as we were rebuilding our great party. You saw him on the LPTV, night after night, week after week. And when an opportunity came up for him to serve this constituency and to serve Barbados, he stepped up, did not run away. He did not choose a team that he thought was most popular, but he chose a team that he believed in and that believed in Barbados and Barbadians. So I am happy to endorse Comrade Fannis tonight. And I also want to take this time to endorse and to remind Barbados of another great man, a little older than Fannis, but he is a great man, and that man is none other than Ralph Thorne, our political leader. And a lot has been said and will be said over the next few days about that man. But what is known is known. What is fact is fact. And I can tell you that Barbados would not be in this type of mood if Ralph Thorne did not cross the floor 2 years ago. And that is a fact. And when the Democratic Labour Party was trying to get back on its feet, it found great difficulty because we had no representation in the House. And it's a reality. And when you have no representation in the House, nobody takes us serious. Then there are questions on who will lead and why will lead and what are the conditions one person will lead over the next and why this person and why that person. And with the crossing, or should I say, and with Ralph Thorne coming into the Democratic Labour Party, we addressed a lot of foundational concerns that any political party would have, and that is political leadership. And we must always remind ourselves that it is Ralph Thorne that brought political leadership to the Democratic Labour Party. And it is Ralph Thorne, through his leadership over those 2 years, that has Mayor Motley running scared across Barbados. And what are some of those things that we must remind Barbados and ourselves? that Ralph Thorne brought to our attention. Because, as I said, a lot of these things are taken for granted. And platforms now, from the other side, is about cussing our members, our comrades. It is not about serious business for them. It is about going around and spending money in Barbados and hoping that people will forget the realities that they live in. But if not for Ralph Thorne coming into our great party, we would not have known of this whole fiasco, of this $60 million that has been mismanaged by this Barbados Labour Party. And we would not have had the Office of the Auditor General inquire about those finances that belong to the taxpayers of this country. So Barbados has a lot to be grateful for. And we must appreciate those that allow this country to be one that has democratic values. One that can bring a balance to a lot of the conversation that will guide our economy and our livelihoods. We must not forget that while the Prime Minister has been globe-trotting, a lot of Bajans lost focus on the amount of money she was spending. A lot of taxpayers' money that she was spending, that government was spending. But who raised these issues on behalf of you, the hard-working citizens of this country? When at 8 p.m. at night time, the Parliament of Barbados met to give a gift to a foreign entity of land. If Ralph Thorne was at home sleeping, we probably would not have known about it. But where was he? He was in the House of Parliament when he heard what they wanted to do. He ensured that he stayed on behalf of the people of this country to raise these issues. When crime started to spiral out of control, Ralph Thorne stood strong and firm to ensure that this government at least made an effort, although they have failed in those efforts, to attack this crime situation. Because even tonight, as we were coming here, there were incidents of at least 3 shootings in communities across this country. I'm very close to here. After the passing of a natural disaster and our fisher folk were on their knees, it was Ralph Thorne week after week after week after week, inside and outside of Parliament, fighting for our fisher folk to make sure that they get their just due. My DLP family, we have a lot to be proud of in this campaign. We have a message for Barbados. And we are doing well. And you know how you know you're doing well? When you have thousands of people attending your meetings. When you have thousands of persons watching your lives every night, there is a meeting. And when you have young candidates who come and represent on behalf of the people every single night and deliver sound speeches with facts and offering hope to the people of Barbados. Ralph Thorne also batted many and over for the Barbados Police Service. Not only had he fought for legislation to reduce the crime, but he also fought to strengthen the police service and the men and women in the police service to give them some dignity and to improve their livelihoods. So my friends, the last 2 years have been interesting because we are now back on our feet again. We are stronger today because we are united behind one person, and that person is Ralph Thorne. And all we are asking Barbados to do is to think. Think before you go to the polls. Analyze what has happened to our country over the last 7.5 years. Look at the pledges and the promises of the Democratic Labour Party and what we see as progress for the citizens of our country. And make a conscious decision, not on emotions alone and not on what you see or hear in a 2-minute clip on social media, but on your lived reality. What you have experienced over the last 7.5 years under this government, on the increased taxation, on the borrowing excessively, and not seeing the results in your constituencies across this island. Comrade Damian spoke about the roads in this constituency, the lighting situation, the housing infrastructure, the state of the hospital, the rising cost of living. So tonight, my simple message is to implore you to assess your personal situation and do not get caught up with all of the fanfare coming from the other side. And as I go in to what we plan as a party to deliver to the people of Barbados, I mentioned last night, and I say again, how could a right-thinking government or a right-thinking political party who is putting a program for its citizens not offer a solution for the cost of living in this country? How can a political party put out a manifesto and not speak to containing the high cost of living that the residents of this country have to bear every single day? But why do we think it is necessary to address the rising cost of living? Because we come from a society where there are a lot of working class persons. And some people get offended when you say poor people. So I say working class persons and lower middle income workers. And we have to understand that this is our reality. The poor is the majority in this country. And the economy is built on the backs of the poor who are paying taxes in this country. The economy is built on the backs of the poor and the working class and the middle class who are propping up and supporting businesses in this country. So that is why we see it fit as a party to deliver to the people of this country a manifesto that addresses and arrests the high cost of living from different perspectives. And you've heard it up and down for the last 2 weeks that we have pledged to reduce VAT. And this is a promise we intend to keep. And what is amazing is that the Barbados Labour Party, during their 2018 general election campaign, they promised to reduce value-added tax. Do you remember that? And they did not reduce the value-added tax. And between 2018 and 2026, we have had inflation in double digits in this country, meaning that prices on the shelves in the supermarkets, goods and services have increased astronomically. But this government that we've had did not see it fit to try to reverse the impact on households. And they did not reduce the VAT. And there are now actually, if you listen to their statements coming from the leadership of that party, they are defending why in 2026 they cannot reduce VAT. And their excuse is that consumers will not feel it. My friends in the Democratic Labour Party, people of Barbados, value-added tax should give an immediate relief to all of Barbadians once implemented correctly. And what do I mean when I say once implemented correctly? Value-added tax is placed on the price that a business determines that they want to charge you for a service or a product. That price already contains the cost of the product and what they expect to earn from the product. The value-added tax is added to that price to give you your final price at the cashier. So value-added tax does not include any profit and does not affect the profitability of any business. If we reduce VAT on March 1st when we take office from 17.5% to 15%, we are not affecting the profitability in any business across Barbados, because the price that they are offering, they will continue to offer. But the price that you will pay will be reduced because the government has determined that that price will be reduced because the value-added tax will be less. So there is no negative impact from any business for their goods or services offered to you. So it is nonsensical to say that you as consumers will not feel the impact of the reduction of VAT. And I say to you that the Democratic Labour Party will hold to this view, that to help ease the burden of all Barbadians, especially the working class, we will implement a VAT reduction, and we will put systems in place to ensure that there is no price gouging and that you feel that impact immediately. So do not let them deter you from such a policy that has the strength to at least give you a little ease when you go to the supermarket, even when you pay your utility bills, when you pay for products and services in this country. We can do it, and we will do it. And why do we believe, as a Democratic Labour Party, that we must carve out a space? And we have a 2026 contract, 7 pillars of recovery. And the first pillar is immediate cost of living relief. But why is this important? I've asked the question, I ask again. Because everything that you do, there is a cost to it. I just spoke about the goods and services in the country and how we will address it and how we can address it. The next question they will bring to you is, can we afford to do it? And I don't have to expand or elaborate too much on it. Because if the Barbados Labour Party can afford to give away $225 million every 2 years to foreign entities, Barbados government under the DLP can afford to reduce VAT to give you an ease. But we believe that this is important. And it is critical because everything costs money. And you have seen this government contribute to the increased cost in transportation. Because when they assumed office, bus fares moved from $2 to $3.50 in one go. What did that mean? That means that your disposable income was immediately impacted. In other words, you got less money, so it is unlikely that you'll be able to afford the same things that you were able to purchase the previous week. Your cost of living went up. They put a tax at the pump. So your gas bill and your diesel bill, when you went to fill up at the pump, also went up. What did that mean again? Your cost of living went up. They put taxes on your water bill. What did that mean? Your cost of living continued to go up. And this is government intervention. This is a Barbados Labour Party government that said they could not tax the way out of recession, but they gave you tax after tax after tax that increased your cost of living. And now that you want an ease, they are finding every lame excuse to tell you that it is not going to happen under their management of the economy. We must reject that. We must reject that. And we have said to you in our manifesto, in our plans to immediately relieve citizens of this high cost of living, that we are going to assist in transportation. We are going to look at a transfer system, a national bus transfer system that will mean that you can move around Barbados at a cheaper cost. One fare, but you'll be able to maybe make multiple trips with that one fare. It means that you will be able to have more disposable income at the end of the week. That you will be able to have an additional $10, $15 to afford lunch another day, to put in your children's pocket when they have to go to school, to put towards the water bill or the internet bill. This is the reality that we are living in. A reality where a lot of people are barely making ends meet. That they are putting back groceries at the counter. That they're asking other persons at the counter for $15 or $20 to pay the bill in full. Do not let anybody believe that you do not have these lived realities. So when they come knocking at your door over the next 2 days, you must reject them, or you must question why they have not attended to the high cost of living in this country. And to assist in making sure that your households can run more financially, can be more financially viable, we in the Democratic Labour Party has also put a plan in place that we will review the sewage tax, and that will incrementally come down over a period of time. Again, easing the financial burden and allowing you to have more disposable income to deal with the other things that happen in your households. And these are just of a few things that we have identified that can help you and your families when the day come. That can help you to stay afloat and not always have to run to the Member of Parliament's office for a voucher or to be guided down to the welfare department. Because we know for a very long time that we like as Bajans to have our dignity, to know that we are providing for ourselves and our family. And as a Democratic Labour Party, we want that to continue. We want you to have that dignity of being able to survive on your own, to provide for yourselves and your family. And yes, sometimes assistance is necessary. And we will provide that assistance when necessary. But it cannot be the first option for our families in this country to run to a Member of Parliament for vouchers or to be guided to the welfare department for assistance. So you have the reduction in VAT that we have spoken about for the last 2 weeks. We have the gradual removal of the sewage tax that will be managed in a phased way. We have the national bus transfer system, which would allow you to move around this country with one fare and will ease your pocket, freeing up some additional money that you can have a proper lunch and that you can give your children lunch money. These are all practical things that can be done, and we have pledged that they can be done within the first 100 days of a Democratic Labour Party taking office. And what is amazing is that the health thing, the one issue that has been highlighted even in the poll that was done, the national poll that was done over the last weekend, I think it was. And I'm not focusing on leadership. We are focusing now tonight on the issues that Barbados raised that were critical to them. And cost of living was the biggest issue that was raised by Barbadians on that occasion in that independent poll. And for a government to turn its eye to the number one issue that faced Barbadians, it tells you something about them. An arrogant party who believe that they can just throw crumbs at you. A $300 every 2 years is all that is okay for working class people in this country. To line up at the post office in the sun to get $300. We will take it. It's our taxpayers' dollars. But is it what we want for our country? When there are policies that can be done that address your living conditions in this country. This government, and we acknowledge as well that housing has been identified as another key issue, low-income housing. Because we have housing estates in this country that are now with 4, 5, 6, 7 persons, 2, 1, 3 families living in those units. And the only way to arrest this situation is to provide low-income housing. But this government has squandered away close to $100 million in the last few years on housing programs. $60 million at Hope. Wasting $23 million in excess of what was budgeted on the steel frame homes that were imported. The Office of the Auditor General also identified that if this government continues with its trajectory of importing prefabricated wooden houses from Guyana, that the bill for taxpayers will be in excess of $35 million just to construct those homes. Are you listening to these issues? Over $100 million wasted in housing with nothing to show for it. And we have families of 7 and 9 bundled together. And we have houses that are dilapidated, that need support, that need rebuilding. And we have acreage of land that's overgrown by bush, that we could be building low-income houses for our citizens. And the Democratic Labour Party will address that, because we have an outstanding record in housing. Have always had an outstanding record in housing. And we will continue for housing, low-income housing, to be a priority for the party, because it is a priority for Barbados. But this government has failed us. They have failed us in protecting the citizens from the high cost of living. And they offered no solutions over the last 7.5 years. And now they are offering excuses why these things cannot be done. We, as the new government, we will ensure that within the first 100 days that we put policies in place to attack the high cost of living and bring immediate cost of living relief to every household in this country. A simple message tonight, but a message that has been thought through, and a message that is practical, a message that has been documented by a party that cares for your well-being. Citizens of Barbados, residents of St. Michael West, my DLP family, those listening online and those who can hear my voice, on February 11th, your decision is easy. Your decision is to elect a representative in your constituency that will take care of you. Not one that will go missing. Not one that has to rely on a prime minister to walk through the gaps and to come at the bars to throw money at the proprietor. Your choice is to elect a representative that will have your interests at heart. One that when they walk up the steps of Parliament, that they will defend you, and they will defend your financial position. They will defend your livelihoods. They will fight for better health care. They will fight for fair educational reform. They will fight to bring down the cost of living. They will fight for low-income housing. They will fight for equality for our small businesses. They will fight for middle-income earners and our middle-income families, because the middle income is the backbone of this society. That is your one job, to elect a representative that cares. So when you look at those posters on the poles, don't mind the poster of the lady. Ignore her. You cannot vote for her. She will not be in the ballot box on the paper. You will vote for a representative, and you have to evaluate your circumstance and choose a representative who you believe is best for you. And the best choice for you is to support a representative that supports your livelihoods, that's presented a plan that will address the concerns in your household. That is what you have to vote for, a better future. One that is full of hope. Not one that is full of excuses to deal with the critical issues that affect you. Not when this government, the last government, when they won office, could ensure that they had at least 26 ministers of government and parliamentary secretaries, everybody getting a paycheck, while you were burdened with more and more taxes, as I have identified earlier. Not a government who will put in place senior ministers that do nothing more than an ordinary minister and that are absent, that do not come to Parliament, that do not bring legislation, that do not speak to the issues. But they are called senior ministers, and they are getting a significant paycheck when the month comes on the backs of you. "34 ministers in 7 years, I am told." This is not the sort of governance that will happen under the Democratic Labour Party. So as I close, I urge you to evaluate your situation, to look at the representation that you've had over the last 7.5 years, and ask yourself, do you want to continue on that road, or do you want to go in another direction? I guarantee you that when you look at our manifesto, it will give for much better reading, much better understanding, clarity of thought on the issues and the things that affect you and your family when you compare it to the manifesto of the other persons. And what we have done is that we have summarized, and we have a compact companion for you. And if you want the more detailed version, you can grab that version digitally online. You can ask any member of the Democratic Labour Party or any candidate for the Democratic Labour Party, and we will ensure that we get this information to you. So please, make that wise decision to support a party that has a plan, a party that is born out of developing our society, uplifting our citizens, taking care of the impoverished, dealing with those that are vulnerable in this society. Your choice is easy. In St. John, there's only one choice, and that choice is Ralph Thorne. In St. Michael West, there's only one choice, and that choice is Damien Fanus. In St. Michael Northwest, there's only one choice, and that choice is Ryan Walters. In St. Michael Central, there's only one choice, and that choice is Andrea Worrell. In the city of Bridgetown, there's only one choice, and that choice is Dale Rowe. In St. Michael South Central, there's only one choice, and that choice is Richard Seeley. My friend, come out and vote. My friends, come out and vote. Support the Democratic Labour Party. Support the interests of your family. Look around in your households and see what your lived reality is, and vote towards a better Barbados. Vote Democratic Labour Party on February 11th. I thank you.
Young people will always get through cause rain is youth inclined. Attentive to the needs of the people in the community. Never back down from a challenge. Waters is who we need. For the representation, we voting for Ryan, yeah. Ryan Walters. Ryan Walters. For the representation, we voting for Ryan, yeah. Ryan Walters.
We need Granger, we need him now more than ever. He puts people before politics, honest talk, no childish tricks. Every election the bees are predictable, they always come to mislead our people. They've destroyed our sweet country and ignored criminal activity. They throw money, lots of money at everything. Oh, but the nation's problems keep on mounting. So cast your X for Granger. Go out and support Granger. Yes, we need Granger. He's the real game changer. We need more men and women who will put Barbados first and not let money and power quench their thirst. There is no doubt in people's minds and sleep.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from Ryan Walters. But Ryan, I must tell you something tonight. In St. Michael East, there is only one choice, and that choice is Granger. That choice is Ainsley Granger. But ladies and gentlemen, Ryan spoke about voting, and I want to urge you to vote. Come out early and vote. If you are interested in your country and in the future of your country, it is imperative that you vote and vote for the Democratic Labour Party to bring change in this country. The people of South Africa suffered long and hard for an opportunity to vote. And when that opportunity can report, say that the lines were like 3 miles or 4. I'm urging you, these are critical times. But the Prime Minister of Barbados called this election and had no idea of what she was doing. And I will say this: God works in mysterious ways with wonders to perform. And bear with me 1 minute. I need your attention, full attention. On the 9th of February, 2024, Ralph Anthony Thorne crossed the floor. When is the 9th of February? Tomorrow. And his crossing appeared in the newspaper on the 10th of February. And Ralph Thorne was sworn in as leader of the opposition on the 12th of February, the same day that Ralph Thorne will be sworn in as Prime Minister of Barbados. The best present to give to Ralph Thorne is to go out in your numbers on Wednesday, the 11th of February, and vote and vote and vote for every candidate of the Democratic Labour Party in every 30 constituencies, from St. Philip to St. Lucie, from St. James to St. John. It is the Democratic Labour Party's candidate from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. That is destiny. That is destiny. And this is how God works. So she never knew that. Had she known that, she would not have called the election to give Ralph a present. But tonight, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is the birthday of his crossing. And tonight is my opportunity to bring him to the podium. My friend, my leader. And as I said in St. John last night, I will say it again here in President Kennedy Drive, Eagle Hall. The leader, the political leader of this party has my 100% support. And that is like money in the bank. I will not deviate from that. So, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure, the greatest of pleasure, to bring to the podium the political leader of the Democratic Labour Party, the soon-to-be next Prime Minister of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, here he comes. Here he comes.
Country before convenience, this is the pledge we make. DLP puts you first. DLP puts home first. Hey! Puts Bajans first. Always first. Puts the country first. DLP puts Barbados first. In truth, in trust, in care. This is our promise to the people. How you getting this? We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah, one vision, one people, one destiny. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Hey. Yeah. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah, yeah. He crossed the floor not for fame or glory.
Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen.
To rewrite the story.
The one and only.
People vex the country tight.
The one and only.
Things right from Christchurch East to St. Lucie. Everybody know he stand for we. He watch them laws line by line. Yeah, he said follow the law, not the head lady. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah, we all in this with Ralphie. Yeah, one vision, one people, one destiny. We all in this with Ralphie. He crossed the floor to unite the country. So everybody sing in harmony. We all in this with Ralphie. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. Hey, hey. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. Hey, hey, hey. He said to the house. How you getting this? Watching the chaos parliament in a twist. One member while another talk too fast. Ralphie stepping makes sense last. The people laugh, they clap, they grin. Cause Ralphie sharp, he know how to win. The law and logic, he keep them tight. He bring order to the parliament fight. Hey! R-A-L-P-H-I-E. Hey! We all in this with Ralphie. R-A-L-P-H-I-E. Stand up tall for unity. Hey! Tell the PM you head the cabinet, not the state. So respect the law before it's too late. The legal business done on the floor, not in your mind behind closed door. He cool, collected, full of class. He use the facts and bust up, she bubble fast. He shaving down falsehood, clean and neat. Ralphie drop logic on every seat. Tourism built in bill, now this new move. Free movement by imagination to prove no legislation to pass immigration gate. Yet you telling visitors come, citizens wait. Ralphie say hold on, let's get it straight. Law before limelight, check the man pay. He watching close, he people clap. Cause Ralphie catching every trap.
Thank you very much. Thanks and good night. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ainsley. I think it was 1991. I chaired a meeting here at Eagle Hall, up by the post office. Frank Allen, I introduced Frank Allen that night, Dr. Frank Allen. God rest him. I remember introducing Professor Sir Hilary Beckles that night. Especially I remember introducing Sir Branford Tate. God rest him. That was 1991. 26 and 9. 35 years ago. Wesley Hall, yeah. Wesley Hall. 35 years ago. It's been an interesting journey. I think Derek used to call me the prodigal son. And 2 years ago, when I walked into George Street, the first man I met was Dr. Derek Allen, Rockhampton Road and Kelman land. And Rockhampton is Kelman and Kelman is Rockhampton. And we're still doing it, Derek. Can't stop. Still doing it. Still doing it. Different paths. Same destination. Good night to Eagle Hall and good night to all of St. Michael West. We have brought to you, good night, sir. We have brought to you an outstanding young man in the person of Damien Fanus. And in the short time that we have had Damien, he's demonstrated a commitment not only to party, but a commitment to a cause. And the cause of the Democratic Labour Party has never stopped being associated with the cause of the dispossessed, the disrespected, the disenfranchised in Barbados. That is where the Democratic Labour Party was born. The Democratic Labour Party was born against a tide of elitism back in the 1950s, some 70 years ago. And the cause must remain constant. Any cause that embraces the interests of the working class people of Barbados, who became the middle in Barbados, any cause that embraces their interests is a noble cause, and it is a cause that must be supported. I spoke earlier in St. Philip tonight, and I am going to share the message with you that I shared in St. Philip. But I want to pause and commend this outstanding young man, Damien Fanus, to you. I spoke of having introduced Dr. Frank Allen here 35 years ago, Sir Branford Tate 35 years ago, men who gave their lives in the cause of working class people, one in Christchurch, one in St. Michael. Every meeting at Eagle Hall, the memory of Branford Tate comes back to me. A man who spent his entire life pursuing a cause on behalf of that group, the dispossessed, the disrespected, the disenfranchised. And Damien sits in that tradition. And I want to welcome Damien back after the trauma of what I believe is his first accident. I think he was the driver of the car. And when I met with him in the accident and emergency last night, the compassion that I saw, the care for those three persons in the car, I hope everyone is all right. I see Paul here tonight. Paul Rollins. Paul, when I saw you some 24 hours ago, I don't think you were a different man. Spiritually, you were not a different man, but physically, you were laid up on a bed. But the spirit was strong. And Paul returns to us tonight with an even stronger spirit. Lying in that bed in accident and emergency, he was telling us he will continue to be a part of the campaign. I didn't think I'd see you here tonight, Paul. The spirit is strong. And Damien's spirit was strong and continues to be strong. And the way that Damien looked after his colleagues last night is the same manner in which he will look after the interests of the people of this St. Michael West. And we are aware that Damien is coming up against the might and power of money. And he is not intimidated. He is coming up against the might and power of money. And I know a lot of people would have been intimidated by it. But what is the might and power of money when there's the might and power of spirit and character? And Damien Fanus is a young man of character. Damien Fanus has impressed a lot of people here in Barbados and across the diaspora with his story that he left school without certification, without CXCs. And he joined the Barbados Defense Force sports program. And he met up with a young hero from this neighborhood, Tino Bess, Tino LaBertram Bess. And it was the Barbados Defense Force Sports Program that gave to Damian a new perspective on life, a new zest, a new zeal, a new enthusiasm. And it was there that he saw how people ought to live. It wasn't in one of the high academies of this land. It was young men who had athletic talent, who had skill. And last night, we made proposals with Dr. Don Marie Armstrong, with this great Democratic Labour Party, and we say to the people of Barbados that the educational system must become a system that embraces talent, athletic talent, artistic talent, musical talent. And Damian went into that program and demonstrated that athletic talent is genuine talent, that it doesn't have to be maths and geometry and biology, that character is not revealed only in the traditional subjects, but that you find character, you locate character. Wherever God gives talents, therein can be found character. And Damian found himself within that Barbados Defense Force sports program. I don't know that at that time he had been making any plans to be an attorney at law. But that is a journey that is so unusual. From secondary school, departs without certification, goes into a domain where he exploits athletic talent. And let me elevate that and say, not only athletic talent, but a gift from God. And becomes a lawyer. And that is a journey that reveals the depth of character. Because men of weaker substance, men of weaker fiber, would have felt that that would have been a departure from the traditional, and perhaps he would become an athlete, and perhaps he would run for Barbados, and perhaps his career would last for the average athletics career, maybe 8 to 10 years, and then life becomes uncertain. And that is how our educational system treats people who are given the gift, the divine gift of athletic talent, that we do not embrace them after the career has ended. And as I said last night, they reach the age of 30 and 32, and this happens to our athletes, this happens to our cricketers and footballers. And at the tender age of 30 and 32, they become the past tense. The past tense. We do not see them as people in the present tense. They're no longer relevant. And whenever we speak with them and refer to them, and I don't think that sometimes we understand the injury that we are doing to these men and women when we meet them, and our opening sentence in our innocence, we say, when you were 18, and when you were 20, and when you were 22. I can remember, yes. These are past tense people. And perhaps we will learn to treat them as present tense people and see them as people in the present tense who can still have a future after the athletic talents have dimmed. The God-given talents have dimmed. And that is what our educational system has done to people who possess that God-given talent, that athletic talent. And a lot of them tend to wander, I mean drift. And as I said, sometimes you're talking to them and you're so excited, cricketers, footballers, you're so excited, and they meet you with a certain calm, and you wonder what thoughts exist behind that calm. And I think sometimes we may be hurting their feelings because, as I've said, nobody wants to be a past tense man. Nobody wants to be glorified for what he did in the past, because he wants to be glorified for what he did in the past, but he still wants you to recognize the present, that he is of worth even while you speak to him. And there's a sense in which when we praise them, the praise is well-meaning, but in praising them about past glory, we are cutting them off from a present of possibility, from a future that is bright, and that is what the educational system has done to athletes. And that is what we do to athletes. Again, I repeat, treating them as past tense people and implying that their present existence is irrelevant. And so I say all of that to say that that is where Damien Fanus was caught. That is the circumstance in which he was caught. And it takes a depth of character to elevate oneself after an athletic career and to go to another career. And he went to law. And law has not been his ultimate fulfillment. Here he is tonight pursuing a political career. And not pursuing a political career for the sake of celebrity status. Because too many of our politicians, far too many, do this as a pursuit in celebrity status. People want to be stars. And a political career is not about celebrity. It is about service. And this young man who has captured the attention and has drawn the admiration of people from his appearances on DLP TV, it is as if his spirit reaches beyond the screen, and he has managed to reach people, and he has revealed a person that is real, an authentic person, a person that understands sincerity, a person who touches people with a very sincere heart. And within that is revealed what I always say, within that is revealed honesty. And you can almost feel that this is a man who is blessed with highest integrity and decency. And as I said in St. Philip tonight, I say here as well, if my leadership is to mean anything, if my leadership of this party at this juncture, because leadership is temporary, nobody is entitled to leadership. Nobody owns leadership. Nobody is entitled even to a place in Parliament. Nobody is entitled to being a candidate. It is all very temporary. And what do you do for the temporary space, during that temporary space of occupation? You do not try to become any celebrity. You try to live a life that is honest, a life of integrity. And integrity really relates to constancy and consistency of character. Character. It is not purchased. And so when you have opponents of the Democratic Labour Party going around Barbados trying to win a seat by purchasing people, it is one of the deepest insults with which you can visit a human being. You can reduce a human being, the worth of a human being, to barter, to a price, to $100 or $200, it may even be $5,000. You can reduce a man. So when somebody sees you in that way, when somebody offers you money for a vote which really is a decision that you make in saying to the Electoral and Boundaries Commission, what kind of representation you want, what kind of government you want. Whether you will get a government that cares genuinely for you, or a government that will treat you like the present government, that will treat you callously. And I come back to the point that Damian has demonstrated the character traits of honesty and integrity and decency. And it was at that point that I was saying to you that it must be, and I think and I hope that it is a hallmark of my temporary stay. It is temporary, it cannot last forever. But while I am here, I will insist that the men and women who rise to prominence within this organization will be decent people. I'm sorry, it has to be like that. It has to be like that because unless it is like that, our labors are in vain. That is how our parents brought us up. We are not here by virtue of money. We are not here by virtue of the power of money. Our wealth was not in money. Our wealth was in character. And that is what our parents raised. And that has been the tradition of the Democratic Labour Party. The Democratic Labour Party has not been a party associated with wealth and power and money. The Democratic Labour Party has been a party and was a party which was born to elevate poor people. That is the history of the Democratic Labour Party. And as I say tonight and I say again, when that conversation between Andrea Worrell and James Cameron Tudor took place on election night in 1961, it was that conversation that made Barbados what it is today, that lifted us out of menial labor, lifted us out of the cane fields. Barbados was an agricultural society. Even in parts of St. Michael, there were cane grounds. There was a cane ground in Grisette's. Both sides of Long Gap. When I first went to Grace Hill Primary School, both sides of Long Gap were canes. Waterford, where you see the stadium now, cane ground. And walking home on evenings, the stories of the heart man. I'm 5 and 6 years old, and I'm walking across Long Gap. And the canes are rustling on both sides of the street. It was a life in which we were surrounded by the plantation. And the plantation was not kind to people like us. It was not kind to people like us. And when Sir James and Andrea Worrell had that conversation, it was a conversation that almost literally lifted us out of that time, out of that space, out of that place. And when I say this tonight in Ruby or Union, I think it is Union, there was applause. There was applause because the people there understood the point I was making, that education elevated us, and it elevated people out of what the poet calls history's huts of shame. And it was education that took us into places of dignity. And I told them that Ruby is Wanstead and Wanstead is Ruby. I think we were in Ruby Park. But we must not believe that the political journey has ended, because the crisis that existed in 1961 has not been the last crisis that has visited the lives of the poor in this country. Because we live at a time in which too many are still poor. Too many are still in circumstances of indignity. And the battle that the Democratic Labour Party started and fought from 1961 was a battle well fought. And as I've said, it elevated the lives, it emancipated the lives of people out of circumstances of indignity and brought them and brought us to places of dignity. But life is about cycles. And sometimes the people that are emancipated can fall right back in to places of crisis. And 70 years after the Democratic Labour Party has been formed, and some 60 plus years, 66 years, 67 years after the government decided that all children in this country would receive an education not by privilege, but by right and merit. That is what 1961 was about. Education, and I repeat, it was about giving the right to every child in this country to sit together with the richest child. That is what the secondary school is about in Barbados. The secondary school is not a mere advance from primary, but the secondary experience after this great Democratic Labour Party, the secondary experience has been about bringing the classes together and saying to the poorest child in Barbados that you have a right and that you are worthy and that you are equal. Thank you, Derek. That no child is superior to you and that you are inferior to no child, that you are equal, and that is what the secondary school experience is about. Whether it is in maths or physics, or as Damian demonstrated, whether it is in athletics. And I go back to the original theme that athletic talent is a God-given talent, and it must be recognized, and athletes must not be marginalized by a system. As I've said, it is a God-given talent, but let us come back to what 1961 was about. And it was a journey that elevated this country, and that is what we must understand. We must never forget it. And the reason we must never forget it is because the crisis of 1961 has become the crisis of 2026. That once again there's a threat against liberation in this country. There's that threat, there's that prevailing threat. And it is a threat imposed by this Barbados Labour Party government. And I go back to 61 because we have to talk to our children. We have to tell the children about the journey that we made. That in 1961, when Arubaro and Sir James Cameron should have said that every child in this country must have an education, they were lifting poor people out of the cane fields. They were lifting poor people out of lives, perpetual lives of servitude and subservience and inferiority. That is what it was about. It was about elevating lives. But as I've said before, we've come a long way. But the way has not been that long. And the emancipation which we thought was great has not been so great after all, because it is under threat. And it has been under threat. And the Barbados Labour Party, that is the government in Barbados tonight, represents a danger, a threat to the emancipation of the poor in this country. In other words, we have gone back. And we haven't gone back voluntarily. The system has pushed people back. The system that is the system controlled by the Barbados Labour Party. There's a sense in which they have reversed all the gains that we have made. And a lady called me this morning and said she wants to contribute. And it was hurtful when she said she doesn't really get involved in politics, that she's not interested in politics. And I thank you for being here at this hour of the night, 20 to 12, and that you're here standing, listening to the message means that this means something to you. It means that there is something about this that means something to you. There is something about this that is significant in your lives. And every season we come here and we do this. As I said with Derek earlier, in 1991 and 1994, I was here doing this. And why do we do this? Because what we do here has to do with the future of this country. What we do here has to do with our children. What we do here has to do with the welfare of our children. What we do here has to do with whether our children will enjoy the same rights that we enjoyed after 1961. Those rights are under threat tonight. And in the few minutes that I will stay with you, I will demonstrate to you how. Because after 1961, this society began to elevate. It began to elevate. And men in villages, some men went and did, and look, we can tell the truth. I grew up in the 1960s, and some men in the village were doing labor, and some were doing white-collar work. And they all came home on evenings and played cricket together and stood up under the light together. And it was a good and peaceful society. We've lost that. We've lost that. And the point I make is that people whose lives were elevated by higher education never abandoned their communities. They never did. And they came back and offered mentorship. And they demonstrated that they would be a good example to their villages and to younger people. And it was the role of the government at the time, and it has never stopped being the role of this Democratic Labour Party, to have a philosophy of social democracy. And what is social democracy? Social democracy is when a government agrees that it would use the tool of taxation to better the lives of people, because it recognizes, and not only better the lives of people, but to provide the social services, education, which we take for granted, health, which we take for granted, transport, subsidized housing, and access to welfare. That has been our lives. That has been the lives of the poor in this country. And the poor has never stopped being the majority. Sometimes we elevate our individual lives and we go into what we think is a different class. And we then exist in a cocoon, an individual cocoon. And we seem to forget that there are a lot of poor people out there. There are a lot of vulnerable people out there. There are a lot of people out there whose lives are lives of hardship and struggle. And sometimes within our cocoons of comfort, we forget that there are others out there who are our families sometimes. And we seem to forget that they exist. And we seem to forget that they rely on these social services provided by a government. And a government that is a social democratic government will allow private enterprise to flourish. But the government will understand that private enterprise, in pursuing profit, businesses I mean, in pursuing profit, they do not feel obligated to provide education and health and transport and housing and social welfare programs. That is not a part of their business. And it has to be the business of a government to provide these social services. Because if the government does not provide it, nobody will. Nobody will. And that is what a social democratic party does, and that is why the DLP is proudly social democratic. That is what social democracy means. These are not big words that should elude you. These are philosophies that you must understand. And a philosophy is not a slogan. And the Barbados Labour Party is about slogans. And the slogans change from month to month and year to year. And every election, they come with a different slogan. And the slogan is empty. And it leaves our lives vacant. But the philosophy of the Democratic Labour Party has remained constant and consistent. And it has been one of social democracy designed to emancipate the lives of the poor out of hardship. That is what the Democratic Labour Party has been about. And the Barbados Labour Party has made similar claims, to be honest with you, but they've betrayed it. And the last 7 years has been the clearest example that the Barbados Labour Party has betrayed the philosophy that it claimed to have. Lost its soul. That's what Arthur said. It has lost its soul. And let me spare a moment for him, because I can't deal with the hypocrisy of a party that pretends that it is praising him, a man who led them for 14 years as Prime Minister. And they seem to forget, and they think that Barbadians have forgotten that he died
politically lonely, personally defeated, 14 years of prime ministership. And perhaps some of them will want to say to you that he resigned from the party. Oinatha did not resign from the party. Oinatha was expelled from the Barbados Labour Party. And as I said, in political solitude and defeat, that man went to his grave. And they walking around here pretending that they're praising him. And I don't mind saying it here tonight. He said in his statement at the bottom of the steps in Parliament that Trevor Prescott and Cynthia Ford moved a resolution in the Barbados Labour Party for his expulsion. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? That a man, and I'm not here to praise him, I speak honestly in my political discourse, that a man who led them for 14 years and gave a human face, because there's a good reason why Oinatha became Prime Minister of Barbados, and there's a good reason why the Barbados Labour Party was merely using him for the 14 years that he was Prime Minister. He had office, but the fact of his departure from the party showed that he had office but never had power. And that had been predicted even before they made him Prime Minister, and they were forced to make him Prime Minister because they wanted power, and he wanted office. And when their power came to an end, his office came to an end, and they expelled him. That is what the Barbados Labour Party has been about. And I will confess something to you here tonight. It was Oinatha that invited me. I gave an interview in 2003, and I told Julius Gittins, I'm finished with this. God is a good God. If CBC has the tape, I said, I'm not interested in politics anymore. I'm finished. And Oinatha invited me back. He did it in 1999. And I resisted. He did it in 2003, and I said, fine. But I knew. I didn't know what was going to be my destiny, but I thank God tonight that I'm where I am. I thank God tonight that I'm where I am. And so, let us come back to the social services. The social services upon which we as a people, and I don't make racial references very often, but we as a black people, have lifted our lives through the provision of these social services. How many people you know, how many people in Eagle Hall could have paid for an education from primary right through to university if you decided to go to it? You could not. In the United States, people are afraid to become ill because the United States does not have a public health care system that will look after people. We have it here in Barbados, or have had it. And education, as I said, was provided by this great Democratic Labour Party, and I say there has been no greater revolution in this country than the revolution of free secondary education. There has been no greater revolution than that. And when I told them tonight that Union and Ruby Park is an outgrowth of education, those houses did not grow out of the concrete. Those houses grew out of the soil of education. And if you come down to urban Barbados, Wanstead and West Terrace and Husbands and parts of Long Gap, which used to be the cane fields, all grew out of education. It is education that literally and metaphorically constructed Barbados. It was not constructed only by masons and carpenters. It was constructed by education, by the fact that people had access to an education and could receive higher incomes and could pursue higher incomes and more jobs and different kinds of jobs. Because 100 years ago is not a long time. We have people in this country who are 100 years old. They're alive, so it could not have been a long time. And they used to be condemned to a life of one job, a life of labor, and there's nothing wrong with labor. What is wrong is when you disrespect labor and when you say to a laborer and the laboring classes that theirs must be a condemnation to hardship and suffering. And that is what a good social welfare system is about. It prevents people from enduring entire lives of suffering and hardship. And that is what education is about, the provision of education. And that is what the provision of a free health service is about, that a man or a woman can afford to get sick in Barbados. Because if a man or a woman gets sick in Barbados, under the health system that was created by the Democratic Labour Party, he can get free access to health care and quality, as Damian got last night. I heard Damian praising the medical staff at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and we take it so for granted. But there's a cost, but the taxpayers pay for it. And I'm making a point here. Let us go to education that Ira Barrow and James Cameron should have created. And I tell you that you would have seen that over the last few years in this country, the institution of education has been in decline. It has been in decline. That I went through my entire primary school. I would have loved a day off to play some cricket, Derek. But I never missed a day from school because of courage, sick building, fumes in the school, rats. This government is presiding over the destruction of the education of our little children. The institution of education is suffering at the hands of this government. And that is why I say that the crisis that we faced in Barbados prior to 1961 has returned to the lives of the poor again. And when a child misses one day from school, that child is put to severe disadvantage, because you don't see the children of certain schools suffering that disadvantage. And Wesley Hall, our beloved Wesley Hall, Derek, our beloved Wesley Hall, split into 3 buildings. God knows where they are, one on White Park Road, one on Westbury Road. I spent 3 years at Wesley Hall and never missed a day for environmental harm. And this uncaring government is presiding over an educational system that is in decline. Look at the IDB survey. Look at the situation at Springer School it was. Look at all this. And nobody has given account. Nobody has given account. Kay McConney presided over that. Never an apology. Never an apology, and she was rewarded with a promotion to the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and not a word in Parliament, you know. Not a word. I come to health. Damian got good treatment at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital tonight, but we have a CEO from England who is telling people that the videos that they saw are false, that people are not lying on the floor of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. I know when it used to be called the casualty, and I'm an honest man. People used to spend a fair amount of time in there. But it has gotten worse in 2026, where it is more modernized, and where you have more doctors, and where you have more nurses, yet it is in decline. And the Barbados Labour Party has presided over the decline of the delivery of healthcare in this country. So that when I tell you the crisis that attended our lives in the 1950s has returned to Barbados over the last 7 years of famine, the evidence is there. And I want you to examine this Barbados Labour Party. I want you to examine what this Barbados Labour Party is about. I want you to examine the facts. And the facts will show you that your children are in a dangerous environment. That used to be the institution of education. Our old people are in a dangerous environment, in a hospital, in decline. And housing. Housing. I expect the cynics to resist our proposal to go back to housing in Barbados. And I spoke of the Pine and Grisettes and Deacons and Eden Lodge and Silver Hill and Gall Hill. There may be more, but those are the ones that we remember. And I remember growing up in Grisettes. The older fellas used to say, we're going in the farm. And the farm was a glamorous place, you know. The boulevard, good athletes. A sports team didn't go into the farm expecting to win. you went to the farm to get beat, to come second. And the fellas would say at night, man, we going in the farm. They went to the farm and played cricket and tennis and all kinds of sports. And they returned at night because the farm was a young, at that time, a young community. And they tell me that the girls were beautiful. That's true, Derek? Yes. And that was then. And we know what has visited the lives of people in these areas. They're no longer associated with peace and beauty and achievement. This is a fact. Let us reason tonight. Let us tell the truth tonight. That too many of our housing estates have become incubators for crime. And I say incubators. An incubator is a place in which you may put an egg. But the egg does not come from the incubator. The egg comes from the chicken. And so the cause of the egg is in the chicken. The incubator is merely a place where the egg rests. And that is why I say too many of our communities have become incubators for crime. So please ignore Mia Motley when she tells you that crime begins in the people's houses. Crime does not begin there. That is not the origin of crime. That is not the cause of crime. But that is what she wants us to believe about ourselves. That working class people are naturally inclined to crime and to criminal activity. That is not true. It is not true. And that is why I say it is an incubator. It is a place where social disadvantage is visited on the lives of people. It is a place that is overcrowded. It is a place that has a stigma attached to it. It is a place that when you come from that place, people are unlikely to give you certain jobs. And these places of former beauty and glory athletically and academically. These places of former high achievement. These places where people look skyward and had ambition and achieve. There has been a descent. And that descent is associated with overcrowding. And we have little children, babies in this country. And I'm sorry, we have to say this. Babies in this country who are born into situations, to domains of adversity. And when we say that this Democratic Labour Party has to have a program to rebuild and literally and physically rebuild these communities, to take them out, to take the little children out of zones, out of domains that attract people who sponsor crime in these communities. And that's the point that must be made. The egg is in the box, but the box does not produce the egg. The box is the incubator. The box is the place where the egg, yes, it waits to become what it must become. But they're chickens laying crime in these communities. And quite often the chicken does not come from these communities. You know, we know the truth. We know where crime is sponsored in this country. And I dare to stand here in Eagle Hall tonight and say that we must bring to a parliament legislation which will go to the origins of crime. And in those communities and in these communities, the people who pull the trigger and the people who get the bullet are both victims because they're within the incubator. And it is the proposal of the Democratic Labour Party that these communities must be physically rebuilt so that a little boy, when he leaves primary school and becomes 11 and 12, will not be naturally attracted to all that he sees around him. That these communities have transformed, these communities have changed. And a government that claims to be a social democratic government, in the same manner in which Arrow elevated our lives out of lives of labor and poverty, and there's nothing wrong with labor, but poverty must not be accepted as one's natural destination. And it is the proposal of the Democratic Labour Party that these communities must be rehabilitated and rebuilt so that the 10-year-old boy will feel that he is in a domain of dignity. And these communities, like Pinelands, must be rebuilt into areas where you plant trees, where you have recreational areas, where the old can sit and talk with each other, where you have commercial areas. That is how a housing zone must properly be built. Not merely as apartments for people to live in. You go to the United States and see them, that every housing estate that is properly conceptualized will have within it a commercial center, so that young men and women who live in that commercial center can work in the same commercial center. And that is what the Democratic Labour Party proposes to do. It is an ambitious program, but it is a program that must be done. This government has boasted that for the first time in the history of this country, 6 hotels are being built simultaneously. What is the benefit to Barbadians? Barbadians are not even getting the benefit of labor because they're bringing in foreign labor. And we must understand this. We must understand the crisis that has visited Barbados. We must understand the crisis that has returned to Barbados in 2026. And the crisis that has returned to Barbados in 2026 has seen a destruction of the educational system, has seen a destruction of the healthcare system, has seen a destruction of subsidized housing, where poor people in Barbados and middle class people have a difficulty in having access to housing, the dignity of housing. That is the crisis that has revisited the lives of people. And someone said on this platform tonight, and Neil Marshall said it in St. Philip tonight, the crisis of a high cost of living. And as I've said before, not only are the bullets killing people, but the cost of living is also killing people. And that is the crisis that looms over Barbados tonight. What are we going to do? What is this Democratic Labour Party going to do? Will we be a government with business as usual? It cannot be business as usual. This country is at a point where it needs fundamental change. The Barbados Labour Party does not have the credibility nor the will to change this country. We know it must change. We lived in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and even the 90s. And we did not see this Barbados. We did not see it. And may we go to our graves. Must we go to our graves and see Barbados continue like this? While we are alive, all of us who are alive and all of us who are adults have a duty to ensure that Barbados becomes a better Barbados, that Barbados returns not for the sake of nostalgia, but for the sake of peace and order in this country. This country has lost its peace. This country has lost its order. This country has lost its institutions of health and education and housing. And when you thought that they had gone far enough, they are promising to take away the transport board that has given poor people the right of travel from Pike Corner to Bridgetown and from Bridgetown to Bayfield for the sum of $3.50. And if you did not have a transport board, and if the government had not been involved in the transport board, bus fares would have been $10 if it was left to the private sector. And that is why I began by saying to you, it is important that government becomes involved in the economy, not for the sake of profit, but for the sake of the rights of people to enjoy a dignified life, a life that their incomes cannot afford. Most of us could not afford to pay school fees if it were private. Most of us could not afford to pay medical bills if it were private. Most of us could not afford to be in the Deacons and the K-Phils, yes, and the Pinelands if it were private. It was built by the government, and it was built by the government, and it was built and allowed people to live in them at subsidized rents. And we must understand this is what social democracy is about. We must understand this is why a government collects taxes. We must understand why a government must collect taxes and allocate those taxes to those who cannot help themselves, those who work hard, those who labor and are heavy laden, but who cannot afford to live a basic life of a decent living. That is what a social democratic government is about. They want us to believe that there's such prosperity in Barbados, that you can now afford to get rid of the transport board. That's not true. And they've been fooling people for the last few years around here, and the word they use is buoyant, that this economy is buoyant. This economy cannot be buoyant for the majority. Maybe it is buoyant for the few. But if it is buoyant, why is the hospital in decline? Why are the schools in decline? Why can't people get access to housing? Why are the welfare payments so low? And why they chose closing the transport board? Why? Why in a buoyant economy? And they're telling you that evidence of the buoyant economy is the construction of 6 hotels simultaneously. Colombians, Chinese, all the South American people are coming in, and young boys in Barbados can't get a job, and they say no, they don't want to work. That is how they dismiss them. They don't want to work, so that this country is returning in a very stark way to the haves and the have-nots. And I was supposed to stay with them. No, I could not do it. I could not do it. I was left with no choice but to leave. And in 2023, in the budget debate, when I broke ranks and criticized the government for sending home 3,000 people, I did it. I did it because I had no choice. My conscience would not allow it. And it was at that point that I broke mentally and psychologically. And my departure in 2024 was a mere formality. I had long gone. And if they check the records and they come and say that I hardly attended Parliament, that I would go, get marked present, and often leave unless it was some piece of legislation that required my participation. But that is evidence that I had left emotionally, psychologically, mentally, and definitely politically. I did not attend the Barbados Labour Party conference in October of 2023. I knew I had gone. I knew that I had gone, but I committed myself to deep reflection. I committed myself even to prayer. Even to the prayers that I learned as a little boy, I committed myself to that because I knew the beast that I was going to be dealing with, and the beast has revealed itself in this campaign. And the beast revealed itself to me over the last 2 years with the constant personal attacks in the Parliament. But our parents made us strong, you know. That was not the first battle in my life. A battle against 29 cowards. A battle against 29 weaklings. Don't praise me. They're not strong. Because if any one of them was strong, Mia Motley could not do in Barbados what she's doing. She could not do in Barbados what she's doing. And they allow her to do it. They allow her to dismantle the transport board. They allow her to dismantle health. They allow her to dismantle education. They allow her to abandon people in Deacons and Pine and Silver Hill and Gall Hill. And not one of them would say a word in opposition. So my departure is justified, and I want to thank the Democratic Labour Party, and I want to thank the people of Barbados for allowing the voice that reflects the voice of suffering to speak, because the truth is never entirely told unless the voice of suffering is allowed to speak. The truth is not about the voices of privilege. The truth is about the voice of the suffering. And I repeat that unless the voice of suffering is allowed to speak, the truth is never told. So that when they tell you that they're celebrating the construction of 6 hotels simultaneously, what does it have to do with the people in Barbados? The people in Barbados don't own the hotels. The people of Barbados are not given the opportunity to work in the hotels. The people in Barbados, when they block off the beach, will not be given the right of access to the beach. What are they doing for you, Barbados? What have they done for you lately? That is why Wednesday is so important. Because the Mia Motley government has reversed the progress that has been made by people in Barbados. And I have told you about the institutions that demonstrate that where the rights and the interests of people in Barbados reside, in health, in free education. I'm going to repeat it and demonstrate it. Free education, free health, subsidized housing, adequate welfare, and the transport board, and all of that is under threat by this Barbados Labour Party tonight. Wake up, people. Wake up and understand that that is what is happening in your country. And the young lady who told me today that she is not involved in politics, and I had to remind her, you may think you're not involved in politics, but politics is involved in you. Politics is involved in you and every decision and every prospect that she has in life. The right to work, the right to education, the right to health care, the right to housing, the right to good welfare. All of those are dependent on political decisions. So I had to demonstrate to her that politics is involved in her life. And while she is there fooling herself, that she is not involved in politics. Politics is involved in her life. And at the end of the conversation, thank God, she said, maybe I will vote. Maybe I will vote. Because she then understood that the role that government plays in her life is a role of which she was not conscious. But now she has the consciousness that it is political decisions that determine whether she will have rights in this country. And so I say to all Barbadians tonight, that Wednesday is an important day. That Wednesday is a day in which you must come to the polls and say whether you love this government or whether you love freedom. Make the choice. Do you love the government or do you love freedom? It is a choice that you make. And you cannot love freedom and love this government too. Because this government has taken away too many of the freedoms that we have enjoyed. Look at them, examine them. They go to Parliament, all the laws that they're passed. When it refers to the poor in this country, it is about punishment. When it refers to the rich, it is about protection. Understand that, Eagle Hall. Understand that, I repeat. When the government goes to Parliament to pass laws, when those laws pertain to the poor, it is about punishing the poor. Tint legislation, wiretapping. And when laws pertain to the rich, it is about protecting the rich. If on that alone you cannot see a reason to vote, I'm sorry. I really am sorry. And I end by saying, whether you think or you may think that you are not involved in politics, but politics is involved in your life. Please come to the polls. Come to the polls on Wednesday and register. Register your rejection of a government that is parading under slogans, and once again embrace a party that has reached back into its history, a history of an association, a history in which the Democratic Labour Party looks out for the poor, a history in which the Barbados Labour Party looks out for the rich. It is as simple as that. It is as simple as that. I want to thank you for listening to me. Good night, and God bless you.
How you getting this? We all in this with Ralphie. Plus we all in this with Ralphie. Yeah, one vision, one people, one destiny. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah. Yeah. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah. Yeah. He crossed the floor not for fame or glory. He crossed the floor to rewrite the story.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The people vex, the country tight. Ralphie step up to set things right. From Christchurch to
that brings us to the end of our meeting tonight.
he watched them long.
We urge you to drive safely and get to your places of abode. Tomorrow night is in Farm St. Michael. Tomorrow night is in Lammin St. Joseph. 2 meetings tomorrow night. Thank you.
He crossed the floor to unite the country. So everybody sing in harmony. We all in this with Ralphie. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. He said to the house, how you getting this? Watching the chaos parliament in a twist.